Have you ever noticed how exhausting life becomes when you keep trying to control everything, your plans, people, outcomes, even time itself? You push harder, worry more, and yet nothing moves the way you want. That's because peace doesn't come from control, it comes from flow. As the Buddha once said, when you realize how perfect everything is, you will tilt your head back and laugh at the sky. Because in truth, nothing in life needs to be forced. The more you chase, the further peace drifts away. But the moment you stop clinging, when you surrender the illusion of control, life begins to unfold effortlessly in your favor. Today, I want to take you on a journey through 7 profound Buddhist lessons that will show you how to stop forcing, start flowing, and finally live in alignment with the peaceful rhythm of the universe. So breathe, release your grip, and let it be. 1. The river knows the way. Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." These words hold a deep truth. Life itself has an inner rhythm, a sacred current that carries you exactly where you need to be, even when you don't understand it in the moment. Just like a river doesn't argue with the rocks in its path, life too keeps flowing, quietly finding its way around every obstacle. The river doesn't rush or panic. It simply moves, trusting the pull of the ocean. When you try to control everything, when you resist the natural flow of events, you create unnecessary suffering. Think of the times you forced something to happen, maybe a relationship, a job, or a dream that just wasn't ready. The harder you tried, the heavier it felt. That resistance is like swimming upstream against a strong current, exhausting, frustrating, and endless. But the moment you stop fighting and let yourself float, you discover that life has been trying to carry you forward all along. Every delay, every rejection, every unexpected turn has meaning. Sometimes the universe slows you down to protect you, to teach you, or to prepare you for something greater. The human mind often mistakes delay for denial, but in truth, it is divine redirection. What seems like a dead end may actually be a hidden doorway that leads to your true path. Buddhism teaches us that everything happens according to causes and conditions. When the right causes arise, the results naturally follow, just like the river reaches the ocean without needing a map. You don't need to force life into submission. You only need to trust its timing. Flow with it, not against it. So, when things don't go your way, pause and remind yourself, perhaps they are going the way they should. Perhaps this detour is not a mistake, but a mercy. The river doesn't question the direction of its flow, it simply continues. In the same way, when you learn to trust the movement of life, peace begins to return to your heart. You start to realize that you were never lost. You were always being guided. Letting go doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing what you can and trusting what you can't. It's the art of balance, taking gentle action but releasing the need for control. When you stop pushing against the current, you'll find that life carries you to places far more beautiful than you could have ever imagined. The river knows the way, and so does your soul. 2. Control is an illusion. Most of our pain comes from one simple misunderstanding, the belief that we can control everything. We think that if we plan perfectly, work harder, or worry enough, we can bend life to our will. But no matter how much we try, things still fall apart. People still change, and the unexpected always finds a way in. Buddhism calls this suffering dukkha, the tension that comes from resisting the natural flow of impermanence. The truth is, control is an illusion. Everything in this universe is in motion, shifting, changing, evolving. The seasons turn, the stars move, and your own body renews its cells every second. Nothing stays the same. Yet we cling to people, possessions, and ideas, desperately trying to freeze them in time. We say, "I want things to stay like this forever," not realizing that nothing in life has ever stayed still, not a single moment, not a single breath. When you try to control everything, you separate yourself from peace. You become tense, anxious, and fearful of losing what you love. But when you accept that change is the law of life, something miraculous happens. You begin to relax. You stop gripping life so tightly and allow it to unfold as it's meant to. Buddhism teaches the principle of anicca, which means impermanence. It's the understanding that everything good or bad is temporary. Every storm passes, every wound heals, every joy fades, and every sorrow eventually ends. When you see life through this lens, you stop trying to hold on, and instead, you learn to appreciate. You enjoy moments for what they are, not for how long they last. Think of a sunset. You don't try to stop it from disappearing behind the mountains. You simply watch in awe, knowing its beauty lies in its transience. Life is the same. You can't control it, but you can experience it fully, moment by moment. When you let go of the need to control, you make room for trust. Trust in life's intelligence. Trust in your own ability to adapt. Trust that even the unknown has purpose. What feels like chaos may actually be order in disguise. The flower doesn't force itself to bloom faster. It opens naturally when it's ready. You too have your seasons. So, instead of saying, "I must control this," learn to say, "I will do my part and let life do the rest." You'll find that peace doesn't come from mastering control. It comes from mastering surrender. When you truly understand that control is only an illusion, you free yourself from the weight of forcing outcomes. You no longer chase certainty. You rest in the wisdom of change, and that's where real freedom begins, not when everything is under your control, but when nothing needs to be. 3. Acceptance is strength, not surrender. Many people mistake acceptance for weakness. They think that accepting a situation means giving up, or that it shows a lack of ambition or strength. But in truth, acceptance is one of the greatest powers a human being can develop. It is not the act of doing nothing, it is the act of seeing clearly. When you accept reality as it is, you stop wasting your precious energy fighting what already exists, and you begin to respond with wisdom instead of emotion. Buddhism teaches that suffering begins the moment we refuse to accept reality. When something painful happens, we don't just feel the pain, we resist it. We say, "This shouldn't have happened. Why me?" Or, "If only things were different." That inner resistance multiplies our suffering. It's like being pierced by two arrows. The first arrow is the event itself, but the second arrow is our reaction to it. The first may be unavoidable, but the second is entirely in our control. Acceptance removes that second arrow. To accept something doesn't mean you like it or approve of it. It simply means you recognize that it is. You acknowledge what's true in this moment without judgment. From that clarity, real transformation can begin. A person who denies reality cannot change it, but a person who accepts it can. Think of a doctor diagnosing an illness. Healing only begins after the truth is accepted. In the same way, peace only begins when we stop pretending and start facing life as it is. Acceptance is the foundation of all progress, because you can only move forward from where you truly are, not from where you wish to be. When you practice acceptance, you are no longer controlled by anger, fear, or regret. You become like a mountain, unmoved by passing storms. You begin to respond calmly, not react emotionally. This doesn't make you passive. It makes you powerful. You stop wasting energy resisting what cannot be changed and start using that energy to change what you can. Buddha taught that everything arises from causes and conditions. Sometimes, no matter how much effort you put in, certain things are beyond your influence. Acceptance helps you recognize that distinction. It brings peace to the heart and clarity to the mind. It allows you to move forward with grace rather than frustration. When life throws challenges at you, ask yourself, "Can I change this right now?" If the answer is yes, act with purpose. If the answer is no, breathe, and accept. That acceptance will bring you the strength to endure until change becomes possible. So remember, acceptance is not surrendering to defeat. It's aligning yourself with reality. It's choosing peace over resistance, clarity over confusion. It is understanding that life is not always what you want it to be, but it is always what it needs to be for your growth. When you stop fighting what is, life starts working for you instead of against you. That is the quiet power of acceptance, the strength that doesn't shout, but transforms everything it touches. 4. The art of Wu Wei, effortless action. In Buddhism and Taoist philosophy, there exists a principle that seems almost magical in its simplicity, yet profound in its power. Wu Wei, often translated as effortless action or doing without forcing. It's the art of moving through life with grace, of acting without struggle, of achieving without aggression. To many, it sounds like a paradox. How can one act without effort? But the essence of Wu Wei is not about doing nothing. It's about doing the right thing at the right moment, with the right energy, in complete harmony with the flow of life. Think about nature. The river doesn't struggle to reach the ocean, it simply flows. The tree doesn't rush to grow taller, it absorbs the sunlight, the rain, and the wind, and grows in perfect timing. The sun doesn't force itself to shine, it simply exists, and light happens. That is Wu Wei, the way of natural alignment, where your actions arise not from stress or control, but from presence and understanding. When we live without awareness, we become trapped in constant doing. We try to fix everything, plan everything, control every outcome. We chase success, love, and happiness with so much effort that we lose the peace we were seeking in the first place. But when you practice Wu Wei, your actions begin to feel different, lighter, smoother, more natural. You stop fighting life and start dancing with it. You begin to realize that real strength doesn't come from tension, but from alignment. Buddhism teaches that attachment and craving are the roots of suffering. Wu Wei is the opposite of craving. It's the wisdom of letting things unfold naturally, of trusting the rhythm of existence instead of constantly pushing against it. When you stop trying to force your path, you start to notice how life opens doors on its own. Opportunities appear, people cross your path, and solutions emerge at the exact moment you need them. This doesn't mean you sit idle and wait for miracles. It means you take action when the time feels right, without fear or desperation. You stop trying to manipulate life and instead move with awareness. Just like a skilled surfer doesn't fight the ocean but rides its waves, Wu Wei teaches you to ride the waves of your own life, balancing between intention and surrender. In meditation, this principle becomes even clearer. The more you try to achieve stillness, the harder it becomes. But when you stop trying, when you simply observe your breath, your thoughts, and your sensations, without control, stillness naturally arises. You didn't force it, you allowed it. That's the essence of effortless action. Wu Wei also invites humility. It reminds us that life is far bigger than our plans and that we are not separate from its movement. When you trust this, your actions no longer come from fear or ego. They come from alignment with the present moment. You start doing what is necessary, not what is forced. You start speaking when words are needed and staying silent when they are not. Your energy becomes balanced, not wasted in unnecessary struggle. Imagine living like that, waking up each day without resistance, responding to life as it unfolds, and allowing your efforts to flow naturally from your awareness. You wouldn't feel drained or lost. You'd feel calm and connected. Life would no longer feel like a battlefield, but like a song, and you'd be dancing to its rhythm effortlessly. Wu Wei teaches you that when you stop forcing, life begins to support you. When you stop pushing, you begin to move faster. When you stop worrying, clarity arises. This is the quiet magic of living in harmony with the universe. You realize that you are not separate from it. You are part of its rhythm, its current, its unfolding. So the next time you find yourself forcing an outcome, pause and breathe. Ask yourself, am I acting from fear or from flow? If it feels heavy, step back. If it feels light and natural, move forward. That is Wu Wei. That is the middle path between effort and surrender, doing and being. When you master this art, you'll find that everything begins to align: relationships, opportunities, peace, and even success. You'll realize that you don't need to chase what's meant for you. You simply need to be still enough to receive it. Because when you live in alignment with the flow of life, life itself carries you. 5. Patience is the language of the universe. In the rush of modern life, we have forgotten how to wait. We want everything instantly: success, love, recognition, healing, peace. We measure our worth by how quickly things happen, not realizing that the universe doesn't move at the pace of our desires. It moves at the pace of divine timing. Buddhism reminds us that impatience is not a problem with time, it's a problem with perception. When we are impatient, we are not fighting time, we are fighting ourselves. Everything in nature unfolds at its own rhythm. The flower doesn't bloom the day it's planted. It takes days of sunlight, nights of stillness, and the quiet work of unseen roots beneath the soil. The moon doesn't rush through its phases, and yet it always finds its fullness. The rain doesn't fall before the clouds are ready. Likewise, your life too has its seasons, and no amount of forcing can make the winter end before spring arrives. When you lose patience, it's often because you've attached your peace to a timeline. You've told yourself, by this age, I should have achieved this. Or, if I don't get it now, it's never coming. But the truth is, everything that is meant for you will come not when you demand it, but when you're prepared to receive it. The universe never denies you, it only delays what you're not ready to handle. Every delay has purpose. Every waiting period is a test of faith and surrender. In Buddhism, patience is considered one of the highest forms of strength, a virtue that refines the heart and humbles the ego. It's called Khanti, the perfection of patience. It's not just the ability to wait, but to wait with peace, without resentment, without anger, and without losing hope. It's the quiet understanding that everything unfolds exactly as it should. When you cultivate patience, you stop living like a slave to your expectations. You stop forcing outcomes and start trusting the process. You begin to see that the universe is not slow, it's precise. It's always on time, just not your time. The same way a seed must endure darkness before it breaks open to the light, you too must trust the unseen stages of your own growth. What feels like nothing happening is often when everything is quietly rearranging for your highest good. Think of the people who lose heart after trying once or twice, believing life is unfair. They dig up the seed before it's ready to sprout, destroying the miracle that was in progress. True patience is the wisdom to keep nurturing that seed, watering it, believing in it, even when you see no sign of growth. Because deep down, you trust the law of cause and effect. When the causes are right, the results will come. The Buddha taught that everything in this world arises from conditions. When the right causes are present, the right effects will follow naturally, inevitably, and without force. So instead of asking, "Why is it taking so long?" learn to ask, "What is this moment teaching me?" Maybe life is asking you to strengthen your character before your success arrives. Maybe it's helping you detach from what isn't meant for you so that what is can find you freely. Patience is also deeply tied to faith. When you have faith in life's timing, you don't panic during silence. You understand that the calm is not emptiness, it's preparation. The universe is aligning things behind the scenes. You may not see the progress, but it's happening, just as the dawn approaches, even when the night feels endless. In those moments of uncertainty, patience becomes your teacher. It teaches you to breathe, to trust, and to keep walking without needing to see the destination. When you master patience, you master peace. You stop living in constant frustration and learn to find meaning in the waiting. You begin to see that nothing is wasted, not a single delay, not a single moment of stillness. Every pause has purpose. Every waiting season shapes your heart for what's coming next. So next time you feel restless, remember the wisdom of nature. The bamboo takes years to grow its roots underground before it shoots up tall and strong. Life is building your foundation too. What's taking time is not being denied, it's being perfected. Patience allows you to meet that perfection with grace. Be still, trust the timing, and allow life to unfold. Because when you stop rushing, you start hearing the quiet language of the universe, a language that says, "All is coming, be patient and let it be." 6. Stillness reveals the flow. In a world that glorifies busyness, stillness can feel uncomfortable, even wrong. We are taught that if we're not constantly doing something, we're falling behind. We scroll, rush, multitask, and chase one goal after another, hoping that constant motion will bring peace. Yet deep down, we feel more restless than ever. Buddhism teaches the opposite truth. Peace does not come from movement, it comes from stillness. It's in stillness that the mind becomes clear, the heart becomes calm, and life's natural flow reveals itself. Imagine a muddy pond after a storm. The water is clouded and chaotic, impossible to see through. But when the wind settles and the surface becomes still, the mud sinks, and suddenly, the water reflects the sky above. Your mind is the same. When it's filled with constant noise, thoughts of worry, fear, control, and desire, you can't see clearly. You make decisions from confusion and live in reaction instead of awareness. But when you become still, when you pause and observe without judgment, your inner waters settle, and you begin to see reality as it truly is. Stillness doesn't mean physical inactivity. It means being fully present, calm in motion, aware in chaos, grounded no matter what's happening around you. A monk can sweep the temple floor in complete stillness, just as someone can sit in silence while their mind races endlessly. True stillness comes from awareness, from observing life, instead of constantly reacting to it. It's when you learn to be where you are, fully, without trying to change or escape the moment. When you cultivate stillness, you begin to notice the subtle flow of life, the invisible intelligence that guides everything. You realize that not everything needs your interference. Some things heal on their own, some answers appear only in silence. Just as waves naturally calm when the wind ceases, your problems often soften when your mind stops thrashing against them. The moment you stop forcing solutions, the right path often becomes clear effortlessly. In Buddhist meditation, the practice of vipassana insight meditation is built on this principle. You don't control your breath, you simply observe it. You don't fight your thoughts. You watch them come and go like clouds passing across the sky. In doing so, you discover a profound truth. You are not your thoughts, nor your emotions. You are the awareness behind them, the quiet witness observing the constant flow of change. That awareness is pure stillness, and in that stillness, wisdom arises naturally, just as sunlight fills a room when the curtains are drawn open. Stillness also teaches humility. It reminds you that life doesn't need your constant control to keep functioning. The sun rises without your permission, your heart beats without your command, and the earth spins without your involvement. When you stop thinking you must control everything, you begin to align with the natural rhythm of existence. You start to act with ease instead of anxiety, and decisions flow through you with clarity instead of confusion. You move with purpose, not panic. Think of the most powerful forces in nature, the mountains, the oceans, the stars. They don't rush, yet everything revolves around them. Their power comes not from frantic movement, but from grounded presence. Similarly, when your mind becomes still, your life begins to flow naturally. You stop chasing, and things start coming to you. You stop shouting for answers, and they begin to whisper themselves to you in silence. This is why monks and spiritual masters spend so much time in meditation, not to escape the world, but to see it more clearly. Because in silence, the noise of illusion fades. You begin to see that what you've been searching for has always been within you. The joy, the peace, the love, the guidance, all of it was never outside. It was just hidden beneath the turbulence of an overactive mind. Stillness also transforms your relationship with time. When you are constantly moving, time feels scarce. Every minute seems to slip away. But when you are still, even a single moment feels infinite. You realize that peace isn't found in having more time, but in being fully alive in the time you already have. Stillness expands time because it dissolves distraction. When you practice stillness daily, even for a few minutes, you begin to carry that calm into everything you do. You drive differently. You speak more gently. You listen deeply. You start to feel a quiet strength within you, a strength that doesn't depend on control, but on awareness. You become less reactive to life and more responsive. You don't get swept away by emotions or circumstances. You simply observe them and act with understanding. Stillness doesn't solve problems by logic, it solves them by perspective. When your mind quiets, your intuition awakens. You begin to sense which direction feels right, what deserves your energy, and what needs to be released. The universe begins to speak to you in ways that words cannot, through signs, synchronicities, and subtle feelings of alignment. In that awareness, you realize that life was never against you. You were simply too noisy to hear its guidance. Silence is not emptiness, it's fullness without chaos. It's the space where truth lives, where wisdom breathes, where love speaks. So, when life feels overwhelming, don't always run toward more action. Sit down, breathe, let the noise fade. The flow you've been searching for will rise gently to meet you. Because when the mind becomes still, the path becomes visible. Remember this: stillness is not the absence of movement. It is the presence of clarity. And when you find clarity, you no longer need to force life to flow. You become part of its flow. In the quiet of your being, the universe whispers, "You are exactly where you need to be." 7. Let go and let life lead. There comes a moment in every person's journey when they realize that no amount of control, worry, or effort can make life bend perfectly to their will. You fight, you plan, you chase, and still, life unfolds in ways you never expected. Sometimes the doors you wanted to open stay closed, and the paths you thought were meant for you disappear into fog. It is in that moment, that breaking point of exhaustion and surrender, that you finally hear the ancient wisdom life has been whispering all along. Let go. Letting go is not the act of giving up. It is the art of allowing. It is not weakness. It is wisdom. It is the understanding that your grasp on life was never what kept it together. Just as the wind cannot be trapped in your hands, life cannot be controlled by force. The more you try to contain it, the more it slips away. But when you open your palms, when you release your need to hold everything tightly, you begin to experience the gentle rhythm of the universe, guiding you in ways your plans never could. Buddha taught that attachment is the root of suffering. We suffer not because of life itself, but because we cling to how we think it should be. We cling to people, to memories, to success, to identities, to outcomes, believing that our happiness depends on keeping them. But life is like a river, always moving, always changing. You cannot hold the same water twice. Trying to grasp what's meant to flow is what makes you drown in your own expectations. Letting go means understanding that nothing in this world truly belongs to you. not even your body, your possessions, or your titles. Everything you have is borrowed, and one day it will return to the earth, just as you will. This truth is not meant to make you sad, it's meant to set you free. When you accept impermanence, you stop clinging to moments and start living within them. You begin to see the beauty in their passing, the sacred tenderness of every sunrise that will never happen again, every breath that will never be repeated. To let go is to trust. Trust that even if you don't understand what's happening, there is wisdom unfolding behind the scenes. Trust that the rejections, the endings, and the silences are all part of a larger design. When a tree loses its leaves in autumn, it doesn't panic. It doesn't fear that spring will never come. It trusts the cycle of nature, knowing that losing is just another form of preparation for blooming again. You, too, are part of that cycle. Life is not trying to break you, it's trying to renew you. When you let go, you stop trying to fix what isn't yours to fix. You stop begging for love that's already left, or forcing paths that have closed. You begin to listen to the quiet truth inside you, that peace isn't found in getting everything you want. It's found in releasing what you don't need. So many people carry pain not because of what happened to them, but because they refuse to release it. They replay old memories, arguments, and mistakes, believing that holding on gives meaning to their suffering. But holding on only keeps the wound open. Letting go allows it to heal. Imagine carrying a heavy stone in your hand. The longer you hold it, the more your arm aches. The stone doesn't grow heavier, your resistance does. Life's pain works the same way. The moment you release the weight, you don't lose anything valuable. You simply regain your freedom. Letting go doesn't erase the past. It just stops the past from controlling your present. It teaches you that your worth is not tied to what you keep, but to what you can walk away from with peace in your heart. In Buddhism, there's a beautiful image of a monk crossing a river with a raft. Once he reaches the other side, he doesn't carry the raft on his back. He leaves it behind. The raft served its purpose. Likewise, certain people, experiences, and emotions serve a purpose in your journey. Once they've taught you what they needed to, holding on to them only burdens you. Letting go doesn't mean forgetting. It means being grateful for what was and open to what is yet to come. Letting life lead you requires humility, the acceptance that you don't always know what's best for you. The mind loves control because control feels safe. But safety can also be a cage. When you stop forcing and start trusting, life expands beyond what you could have imagined. You begin to notice that some of the best things in your life happened when plans failed, when something unexpected, something unplanned, led you somewhere better. What you called a loss was actually a redirection. What you called chaos was often creation in disguise. To let life lead, you must learn to listen, not with your ears, but with your intuition. The universe speaks softly, through signs, coincidences, and feelings of alignment. It nudges you toward the right choices, not with pressure, but with peace. You'll notice that when something is right for you, it flows doors open, your energy feels light, and your heart feels steady. When something is wrong, it feels forced, draining, and heavy. Your only job is to pay attention to that inner current and follow where it gently guides you. Still, letting go is not a one-time act. It's a daily practice, a moment-to-moment surrender. You'll have to let go of expectations each morning, of irritations each afternoon, of worries each night. You'll need to forgive yourself repeatedly for mistakes, to release your need to know the future, to loosen your grip on how you believe things should be. Some days you'll let go easily. Other days you'll resist and struggle. That's okay. Growth is not about perfection, it's about awareness. Each time you notice yourself holding too tightly and choose to release, even a little, you step closer to peace. Letting go also means allowing others to walk their own paths. So often, we try to save people from their lessons, to control their growth, or shield them from pain. But everyone has their own karma, their own rhythm of learning. You cannot walk someone else's journey for them. You can only walk beside them for a while, love them without attachment, and wish them peace even when they must continue without you. Love that clings causes suffering. Love that allows brings freedom. When you live by the principle of letting go, life starts to feel lighter. You begin to move through the world with a quiet confidence, knowing that whatever comes, you can handle it, and whatever leaves wasn't meant to stay. You stop fearing change and start seeing it as a form of grace. You realize that endings are not punishments, they are beginnings in disguise. And in every beginning, life whispers the same gentle truth. You are free now. Keep walking. So, if you find yourself clinging today to a memory, a person, a fear, or a dream, ask yourself, what am I afraid will happen if I let this go? You'll often discover that your fear isn't about losing the thing itself, but about losing the sense of control it gives you. But when you surrender that fear, when you allow life to take the lead, something extraordinary happens. You begin to experience peace, not as a fleeting moment, but as a constant state of being. Letting go is not the end of caring, it's the beginning of trust. It's the moment you stop asking, why is this happening to me? And start saying, maybe this is happening for me. It's when you stop fighting the current and realize that the river of life has always been carrying you toward the ocean of your purpose. You were never lost, only resisting the flow that was guiding you home. So breathe, loosen your grip, let go, and let life lead. Because the truth is, you were never meant to control the journey. You were meant to experience it. Life knows where it's taking you. When you finally stop forcing it and allow yourself to flow, you'll discover something profound. Life was never against you. It was always for you. It was never chaos. It was choreography. And the moment you trust that rhythm, peace will no longer be something you chase. It will be something you live. 8. The peace beyond control, living the way of let it be. There is a moment, subtle but life-changing, when you realize that all your struggles to control life have brought you nowhere closer to peace. You've pushed, forced, planned and worried, yet things keep unfolding in their own way, on their own timing. This is when the soul begins to whisper a truth the mind has always resisted. You were never meant to control life. You were meant to flow with it. The more you force, the more you suffer. The more you trust, the more you are carried by something far wiser than your plans. This is the deeper essence of the Buddhist path, let it be. To live the way of let it be is to awaken from the illusion that your happiness depends on mastering life's external circumstances. It is the recognition that peace isn't found in having everything go your way. It is found in learning to be at peace no matter which way life goes. When you stop trying to force outcomes, you stop fighting with reality. And in that surrender, you find what every seeker has been searching for: effortless peace. When the Buddha spoke of suffering, he didn't say life itself was suffering. He said, our attachment to how we think life should be causes suffering. We live trapped between resistance and desire. We resist what is wishing it were different, and we crave what is not wishing it would appear. Every should in your mind is a battle against reality. They should have treated me better. This should have happened by now. I should already be successful. Each should pulls you away from the only place peace exists, the present moment. The way of let it be begins when you recognize that reality never loses. You can argue with it, fight it, or resist it, but life will continue to unfold as it must. Acceptance, then, is not defeat. It's cooperation with the truth. It's choosing to flow with the current of life, rather than exhausting yourself trying to swim against it. Just as a leaf floating on a stream doesn't fight where the water goes, you too can learn to trust the direction life is taking you. Because even when it looks uncertain, life always knows what it's doing. Imagine walking through a forest. The trees don't compare their growth to one another. The river doesn't complain that it must bend around rocks. The clouds don't resist the wind. Everything in nature moves in harmony with what is. Only the human mind, filled with fear, attachment, and pride, tries to force things that are not yet ready. You cannot make a seed bloom faster by shouting at it. You cannot make dawn arrive by pulling on the horizon. Nature teaches us every day that there is beauty in patience, strength in stillness, and wisdom in trust. When you live by "let it be," you begin to feel this same harmony. You stop labeling everything as good or bad and start seeing it all as movement, life's natural unfolding. Some experiences come to build you, others to break illusions, and others simply to remind you of your resilience. When you understand that nothing happens to you but for you, every challenge transforms into a teacher. The pain that once made you angry begins to make you aware. The loss that once broke you begins to open you. The disappointment that once crushed you begins to free you from unrealistic expectations. This is the quiet revolution that happens inside you when you stop forcing life and begin to flow with it. You discover that your peace no longer depends on external order, but on internal understanding. But letting it be does not mean indifference or passivity. It doesn't mean sitting idle, waiting for miracles to fall from the sky. It means learning the delicate art of right action without attachment. In Buddhism, this is known as karma yoga, acting fully, wholeheartedly, but without clinging to results. You still pursue your dreams, you still work hard, but your heart is no longer enslaved by the outcome. You do your best and then release your grip on what happens next. You trust that the universe knows how to complete what you've started. Think of an archer who draws his bow. He focuses his energy, aims with clarity, and releases the arrow. Once the arrow leaves the string, it's no longer in his control. The wind, distance, and countless unseen factors will decide its path. His job was to aim and release, not to control where it lands. Life works the same way. Your responsibility is to show up fully in the moment, act with awareness, and then let go. The outcome belongs to life, not to you. When you understand this, stress loses its power. Anxiety dissolves because you realize you were never meant to carry the weight of what's beyond your control. You live lighter, freer, and more peaceful because you finally trust the intelligence of existence itself. Letting it be also means letting yourself be. Many people spend their entire lives trying to fix themselves, constantly judging, comparing, and criticizing who they are. They say, "I'll be happy when I'm more confident, more successful, more spiritual." But self-improvement without self-acceptance becomes another form of control, another way the ego tries to manipulate life. True transformation happens when you stop rejecting who you are and start observing yourself with compassion. When you say, "I am human," and that's enough. You cannot force growth. A flower doesn't become more beautiful by hating its own petals. You grow by accepting yourself completely, your flaws, your strengths, your mistakes, your light, your shadow. From that acceptance, healing begins naturally. The moment you stop resisting yourself, you create space for change to happen without effort. The person who is always trying to fix everything never finds peace. The one who allows everything to be as it is discovers that peace was always there. The Buddhist path teaches metta, loving kindness. It begins with the self. To live let it be is to practice metta with your own life, to stop demanding perfection from yourself or others, to realize that everyone is doing the best they can with the awareness they have. When you live with this compassion, the world softens. You no longer take offense so easily. You forgive faster. You let people be who they are, and you let yourself breathe without guilt. That's when love stops being conditional and starts being real. There is also a deep spiritual intelligence in surrender. Most of us believe surrender means losing control, but in truth, it means aligning with a greater control. When you stop insisting that everything must go your way, you allow the divine order of things to take over. It's like dancing with the universe. You stop leading and you start following its rhythm. And suddenly, you realize that life has always been trying to dance with you. It was only your resistance that made it feel like chaos. When you live with this surrender, even uncertainty feels sacred. You stop fearing the unknown and start trusting it. The unknown is not your enemy, it's your greatest ally, because it's where all possibility lives. The known is the past, the unknown is creation. Every new opportunity, every miracle, every act of grace comes from what you cannot see. When you let life surprise you, it does. There will still be pain, of course, but it will no longer define you. You will still face losses, but they will not destroy you. Because when you stop clinging, you stop breaking. Like bamboo that bends with the wind, you become flexible, resilient, unshakable. Pain will still come, but you will move through it with grace, because you'll understand that nothing is permanent, not even suffering. To truly live, let it be, you must also make peace with time. Most of our suffering comes from wanting life to happen faster. We rush everything: healing, love, success, understanding. But time has its own wisdom. A fruit that ripens too soon rots before it's sweet. A person who gets what they want before they're ready often loses it in confusion. When you let life unfold naturally, everything arrives exactly when it should, not a moment earlier, not a moment later. Patience becomes a form of faith. You stop saying, "Why is this taking so long?" and start saying, "What is life preparing me for?" You stop seeing waiting as punishment and start seeing it as protection. Some delays are blessings in disguise, saving you from paths that would have hurt you or humbled you before you were strong enough to walk them. When you trust the timing of your life, peace replaces impatience. You begin to feel guided instead of lost. Letting it be is also a form of courage. The courage to release control in a world that tells you control is everything. It takes bravery to say, "I don't have all the answers," and that's okay. It takes faith to stand in uncertainty and still smile, still breathe, still trust. But the reward of that courage is freedom, the kind of peace that no amount of achievement can give you. There's a quiet joy that comes when you stop fighting life. You wake up lighter. You stop needing things to be perfect. You start to see beauty in the ordinary, in a conversation, a sunset, a moment of silence. You begin to notice that the universe is always communicating through signs, coincidences, small moments of grace, and you realize that you were never alone in your journey. You were just too busy trying to control it to notice the guidance all around you. So, how do you live? Let it be each day. You start small. You breathe before reacting. You pause before judging. You notice when you're trying to control something, a person, an outcome, a moment, and you consciously loosen your grip. You remind yourself, "I can act, but I cannot decide the result." You learn to replace resistance with curiosity. Instead of saying, "Why is this happening to me?" and you ask, "What is this teaching me?" That small shift transforms pain into wisdom and fear into trust. Each time you surrender, you'll feel life becoming softer. You'll find yourself worrying less, laughing more, and appreciating the present moment in ways you never could before. You'll stop waiting for peace to come someday and start realizing it's available now, hidden in the simplicity of letting things be. And one day, without even realizing when it happened, you'll wake up and notice something profound. Life has become easier. Not because it stopped being unpredictable, but because you stopped fighting its unpredictability. You'll still have responsibilities, challenges, and desires, but they'll no longer control your inner state. You'll act from calmness, not compulsion. You'll live from awareness, not fear. you'll finally understand that the universe was never chaotic, your mind was. When the mind quiets, everything falls into place. This is the heart of enlightenment, not escaping the world, but seeing it clearly. Not forcing life, but flowing with it. Not controlling others, but mastering yourself. When you reach this understanding, the boundaries between effort and ease dissolve. Life becomes your meditation. Every breath, every step, every smile becomes part of the sacred rhythm of existence. So, let it be. Let life breathe through you instead of fighting against it. Let go of the endless need to fix, to chase, to prove. You are not behind in life. You are exactly where you need to be for your soul's unfolding. Trust that the same force that makes the stars shine and the flowers bloom is guiding you too. When you live with that trust, every moment becomes holy, even the hard ones. And when you finally stop trying to control the current, you'll discover the greatest secret of all. You were never the one swimming, life itself was carrying you all along. Let it be, and you will see peace was never something to find. It was the state of being you return to when you stop forcing life and simply allow yourself to flow. 9. The gentle power of trust. Let life take care of you. There comes a stage in every seeker's life when all the striving begins to feel heavy, the endless effort to fix, to control, to perfect, to make everything certain. You start to realize that no matter how hard you plan, life has a way of rewriting your story. The people you thought would stay leave, the paths you thought would rise collapse, and yet, somehow, new doors keep appearing from the places you least expect. This is not chaos, this is divine intelligence at work. And the moment you stop forcing life to obey your map, you begin to experience something extraordinary: trust. Trust is not a belief that everything will always go your way. It is the quiet understanding that even when it doesn't, you will still be okay. It is knowing that life, in its infinite wisdom, knows exactly what it is doing with you. It is the shift from trying to control life to letting life care for you. When you trust deeply, you move from resistance to acceptance, from fear to flow, from anxiety to peace. Buddhism teaches that everything arises due to causes and conditions. Nothing appears by accident. Everything is part of a greater unfolding. What this means is that even your challenges, especially your challenges, are not random. They are crafted by the universe to awaken the strength, patience, and compassion sleeping inside you. To trust this is to walk through life with open hands instead of clenched fists. It is to say, I may not understand this now, but I believe it has meaning. When you stop forcing and begin trusting, you discover that life has its own rhythm, a gentle intelligence that knows how to balance everything perfectly. The day balances the night, pain balances joy, loss balances growth. Every rise has a fall, and every fall prepares you for another rise. The river never fears the rocks in its path. It knows how to flow around them. The flower doesn't question the rain. It opens to it. The earth doesn't panic when it's winter. It rests. In the same way, when you begin to trust, you stop panicking in moments of uncertainty and start finding peace in the process. True trust requires surrender, not the kind of surrender that gives up, but the kind that opens up. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and begin to ask, "What is life trying to show me through this?" You start seeing everything, even pain, as a teacher. Every delay becomes preparation, every ending becomes initiation, and every heartbreak becomes a doorway to deeper love. The mind doesn't like this truth because the mind loves control. It believes peace comes from mastering everything. But peace doesn't come from mastery, it comes from trust. When you trust, you move through life with lightness. You don't rush, you don't cling, you don't fear change. You start to feel guided, not because everything is easy, but because you sense that even your difficulties are meaningful. Trusting life doesn't mean you stop acting. It means your actions become aligned with faith rather than fear. You still plan, but you don't obsess. You still dream, but you don't despair when things take time. You still love deeply, but you don't crumble when love shifts form. You act fully, and then you release your grip on the results, knowing that what's meant for you cannot be lost, and what's not meant for you cannot be forced. Think of how the seasons change. You don't wake up every morning to pull the sun up or force the flowers to bloom. They do so on their own. Life already knows how to renew itself. The same life that orchestrates the stars and tides is also managing your story, aligning events, people, and timing in ways you cannot comprehend. Your task is not to control the sequence, but to walk it with awareness and grace. This trust is not blind. It's experiential. The more you live, the more you see how every past pain eventually led to growth. Every unanswered prayer led to something better, and every loss made space for new beginnings. At first, you resist this truth, but with time, you realize life has never failed to give you exactly what you needed, even when it wasn't what you wanted. Buddhism calls this tathata suchness, the ability to accept life as it is, without resistance. When you practice suchness, you no longer fight what is. You meet each moment with openness, trusting that it is complete in itself. You stop dividing life into good or bad, success or failure. You see that everything, even the uncomfortable, plays a role in your awakening. That's when real peace begins, when you no longer need life to be different for you to be content. Trust also means allowing space for the unknown. The human mind fears what it can't predict. It wants guarantees, but the unknown is where creation happens. The known is past, the unknown is possibility. When you surrender your fear of uncertainty, life begins to surprise you with beauty and grace. The best opportunities, the most meaningful relationships, the most transformative experiences, they all come when you stop forcing and start allowing. Every great teacher has spoken about this truth in their own way. Jesus said, "Do not worry about tomorrow." The Quran reminds, "Indeed, with hardship comes ease." The Buddha taught, "The root of suffering is attachment." All point to the same wisdom. Peace arises when you release the need to control and instead trust the unfolding of divine order. Trust also heals your relationship with time. We live in constant frustration because we believe we're late, that we should already be somewhere else, someone else, doing something else. But life's timing is perfect. You are not behind. You are exactly where you need to be. The delay you curse today may be protecting you from pain tomorrow. The slow progress you resent may be building your patience. The silence you find uncomfortable may be teaching you how to listen. Trusting life means understanding that there's a hidden kindness behind every pause. It also brings peace to your relationships. When you trust, you stop trying to control people. You allow them to grow at their pace, to make mistakes, to live their own journey. You stop demanding love and start radiating it. Love that trusts is free, gentle, and unconditional. It doesn't say, "I'll love you if." It says, "I love you even when." That kind of love doesn't bind, it liberates. And when you live this way, you attract relationships built on peace rather than possession. But perhaps the deepest level of trust is trusting yourself, your intuition, your choices, your path. So many people live paralyzed by doubt, afraid of making mistakes. But mistakes are not failures, they're feedback. Every wrong turn refines your wisdom. Every fall strengthens your balance. Life is not judging you for getting it wrong. It's sculpting you through experience. When you trust yourself, you stop living from fear and start living from authenticity. You stop seeking validation and start walking in alignment with your truth. In Buddhist practice, there's a story of a monk crossing a river. The current was strong, and halfway through, fear struck him. He looked back, then forward, unsure which direction to go. The moment he hesitated, he began to sink. Only when he stopped struggling, relaxed, and trusted the current did the water carry him safely to the other side. That's how trust works. It doesn't remove the current. It teaches you to float. Trusting life doesn't mean it will always be easy. There will still be storms, heartbreaks, and losses. But when you trust, your peace doesn't depend on circumstances. Even in chaos, you remain calm. Even in loss, you remain whole. You learn to say, I may not have chosen this, but I choose to find meaning in it. That's how peace begins, not when everything is perfect, but when you decide to stop fighting what is. And slowly, something changes within you. You stop waking up in resistance. You start waking up in gratitude. You notice small miracles, the way the sunlight touches your skin, the sound of rain, the presence of people who care for you. You start to see that life has always been giving, you were just too busy controlling to notice. Trust transforms everything. It doesn't change the events of your life, but it changes how you experience them. The same storm that once terrified you becomes cleansing. The same delay that frustrated you becomes protection. The same loss that broke you becomes awakening. Trust is not about predicting the future. It's about finding peace in the unfolding present. So, let go of the need to know how it all turns out. Stop trying to figure out every detail of your destiny. You are part of a greater pattern, vast, intricate, and sacred. The same intelligence that keeps the galaxies spinning is guiding your life right now. You don't have to understand it to trust it. You just have to listen, breathe, and take one step at a time. When you learn to live this way, life becomes lighter. You laugh more, you fear less, and you start to feel supported not by luck or coincidence, but by the quiet, steady current of existence itself. You'll begin to notice that even when you think you're falling, something invisible is holding you. Even when you think you've lost your way, something within you knows the path home. This is the peace that comes when you stop forcing and start trusting, a peace not dependent on what happens, but rooted in how deeply you allow yourself to flow with what is. You realize that control was never strength, trust was. So, breathe deeply and whisper to your soul, whatever comes, I will meet it with peace. Whatever leaves, I will let it go with grace. I trust the unfolding of my life. Because when you finally learn to trust, truly trust, you discover that life was never your enemy. It was your teacher, your companion, your guide. It was never trying to break you. It was trying to shape you. And in that moment of deep trust, you stop fighting, you stop fearing, and you finally begin to live. 10. The ultimate surrender. When you stop forcing and become one with life. There is a quiet truth that every great spiritual tradition has pointed toward, a truth so simple that most people overlook it. Peace is not something you achieve, it's something you uncover when you stop resisting what already is. The more you force life to bend to your will, the more it slips away from your grasp. The more you try to control the current, the more you drown in your own expectations. But the moment you stop forcing, truly stop, you begin to feel the universe breathing through you. You realize that life was never something happening to you. It was something happening as you. This is the essence of the ultimate surrender, when the illusion of separation between you and life dissolves. When the river stops pretending it's separate from the ocean and simply flows into it. When the leaf stops resisting the wind and dances effortlessly. When the self stops fighting the whole and merges back into it with peace, not fear. That is where freedom lives. That is where suffering ends. For most people, life feels like a battle. We wake up already fighting time, fighting uncertainty, fighting ourselves. We chase happiness as if it's somewhere far away, hidden in the next success, the next relationship, the next change of circumstances. But no matter how much we achieve, the restlessness remains. Why? Because what we truly crave isn't more control, it's release. The deepest part of you doesn't want to dominate life. It wants to dissolve into it. It wants to rest, to trust, to flow. That is why even the richest and most powerful still feel empty, because peace doesn't come from having the world in your hands. It comes from opening your hands and letting the world flow through them. Buddhism teaches that clinging is the root of all suffering. Every time we say, "This must stay," or "That must not happen," we bind ourselves to pain. Life is constant change, anicca impermanence, and the moment you try to hold on to what must move, you create resistance. Imagine trying to trap the wind in a box. It will only lose its life. The same happens when you try to hold on to people, moments, or emotions. What you love most is not meant to be caged. It's meant to be experienced, appreciated, and released. When you stop forcing life, you begin to see that everything already moves according to a deeper intelligence, one that has been guiding existence since before you were born. The planets don't need your effort to stay in orbit. The waves don't need your planning to reach the shore. The heart doesn't need your instructions to keep beating. This universe is self-sustaining, self-balancing, self-correcting. You were never the manager of existence, only a participant in its unfolding. The ego hates this truth because it wants to feel in control. But when you look deeply, you realize control is the greatest illusion, and surrender is the greatest liberation. Surrender doesn't mean giving up on life. It means giving up the war with life. It means doing what you can and allowing what you cannot. It's the art of balance, like a bird gliding in the wind. The bird still flaps its wings when needed, but mostly it allows the air to carry it. When you live this way, your actions stop feeling heavy. You stop pushing against the universe and begin to move in rhythm with it. You begin to see that everything is connected, every delay, every encounter, every emotion. Life becomes less of a struggle and more of a dance. There's a Buddhist saying, "When you let go of what you are, you become what you might be." That means the moment you stop clinging to your fixed identity, your roles, your fears, and your labels, you open yourself to the limitless potential that has always been within you. You are not this name, this body, this story. You are consciousness itself, the awareness behind every experience. When you stop forcing, that awareness shines through naturally, just as sunlight shines through the clouds when the storm passes. The problem with forcing life is that it comes from fear, fear of loss, fear of uncertainty, fear of being nothing. But when you look deeply into that fear, you see that it is built on misunderstanding. You can't lose what you truly are. You can lose possessions, relationships, even identities, but the essence of who you are, the awareness watching it all, remains untouched. That awareness doesn't need to control anything, it simply observes. It is the stillness behind all movement, the silence behind all noise, the space within which all things appear and disappear. When you start identifying with that stillness, your life changes completely. You stop chasing after peace because you realize peace was never lost, it was just buried under noise. You stop trying to force love because you realize love is not something to get, it's something you already are. You stop worrying about the future because you realize the present moment is infinite. It never ends, it only unfolds. Letting go of force doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you care from a place of peace instead of panic. You still work hard, but your effort feels joyful, not desperate. You still love deeply, but without trying to possess. You still dream big, but without fearing failure. You begin to act not out of pressure, but out of presence. Each step you take feels guided, supported, meaningful, even when the outcome is unknown. This is what Buddhists call wu-wei, effortless action. It's when your doing arises naturally from being. You stop reacting and start responding. You stop trying to control the river and start flowing with it. You still move, but you move with grace. You still plan, but you don't cling to the plan. You still speak, but you do so with awareness instead of ego. Life becomes fluid. You no longer chase peace, you are peace, even while in motion. To reach this level of surrender, one must learn the art of observation, the practice of awareness. Watch how the mind constantly tries to control. Notice how it creates anxiety with what-ifs and should-haves. Notice how it fears change and seeks permanence. When you become aware of this pattern without judging it, it begins to lose power. The mind's control depends on your unconscious participation, but when you observe, you step out of identification with thought and become the witness. The witness doesn't need to control it, simply watches the show of life unfold. Meditation is the training ground for this awareness. In silence, you learn to watch without reacting. You learn to see thoughts like clouds drifting across the sky, temporary, passing, powerless. You begin to feel the vastness of the sky itself, still, clear, infinite. That sky is your true self. When you rest in it, the storms of life no longer scare you. You don't need to control them, you just let them pass. And in their passing, they cleanse you. When you stop forcing, something miraculous happens. Life starts to flow toward you instead of away from you. Opportunities appear effortlessly. The right people cross your path. Decisions become easier because you're not overthinking them, you're feeling them. You're listening to intuition, that subtle voice that has always known what's right. It's not magic, it's alignment. When you're in harmony with life, life works with you instead of against you. But this doesn't mean life will always be easy. Even rivers meet rocks, storms, and bends. But when you trust the flow, you realize every obstacle has a purpose. The rock in the river doesn't stop its movement, it shapes it. It adds sound, direction, depth. Likewise, the difficulties you face aren't punishments, they're refinements. They carve your soul into something more awake, more compassionate, more free. In the moments of struggle, remind yourself, you are not being broken, you are being shaped. Every painful experience is teaching you how to surrender a little more, to trust a little deeper, to flow a little freer. Life will test you until you stop clinging. But the moment you release your resistance, everything you were chasing begins to come toward you naturally. Peace, clarity, love, they all begin to flow where effort once blocked them. One of the greatest paradoxes of surrender is that when you stop forcing, you actually become more powerful. Because your actions are no longer born from fear, they're born from wisdom. You no longer act from lack, you act from wholeness. You no longer try to control the future, you respond to the present. That presence has immense power. It's the same force that makes the stars burn and the trees grow. When your mind quiets, that cosmic energy begins to move through you. You become a vessel, not a victim. This is why enlightened beings seem to move effortlessly through the world. It's not that their lives are perfect, it's that they have stopped resisting imperfection. They are one with the flow. When pain comes, they let it come. When joy arrives, they let it pass. When change happens, they welcome it. They live in the now, the eternal moment where life actually happens. They have realized that forcing life is like shouting at the sky, it changes nothing. But when you listen instead, the entire universe begins to whisper its secrets to you. Letting life lead requires humility, the understanding that you don't always know what's best. There will be times when you'll look back and thank life for not giving you what you once begged for. You'll realize that unanswered prayers were protection, not punishment. You'll see how every detour was a correction, every loss a lesson, every ending a rebirth. This realization transforms how you live. Instead of resisting what happens, you begin to cooperate with it. Instead of saying, "Why me?" you begin to say, "Show me." And life does show you through signs, through intuition, through the gentle unfolding of events. When you live in surrender, your awareness sharpens. You start noticing synchronicities, meaningful coincidences that guide you. You start feeling the rhythm of things, when to move forward, when to rest, when to wait. You stop forcing because you trust timing. You start realizing that your destiny is not something you chase. It's something you align with through patience, awareness, and peace. The ultimate surrender is realizing that you are not separate from the universe. You are not a wave trying to control the ocean. You are the ocean expressing itself as a wave for a while. You are life experiencing itself through your form, your story, your journey. When you understand this, the need to control dissolves entirely. You stop saying, "I am living my life," and begin to understand, life is living through me. And in that shift, fear disappears, because how can you fear life when you are life? When this truth settles in your heart, even death loses its grip. You realize that death is not the end, it's another form of letting go, another doorway into the infinite. What dies is only form, what remains is the flow eternal, boundless, free. When you no longer fear endings, you finally begin to live fully in the now. You no longer rush, because eternity is not later, it's here. So, what does it truly mean to stop forcing life? It means you wake up each morning and meet the day as it is, not as you wish it to be. It means you act with clarity but without attachment. It means you love deeply but without control. It means you trust the unfolding of every moment, knowing that even your struggles are sacred. It means that when things fall apart, you don't collapse, you breathe and whisper. This too is part of the plan. When things go well, you don't cling. You give thanks and let them pass. When nothing seems certain, you remember that life has always carried you from your first breath to this one. To live like this is to finally stop fighting with existence and start dancing with it. It's to move in rhythm with the universe, to let the tides of destiny carry you where you are meant to go. It's to realize that the peace you were chasing was not hidden in the future. It was waiting in the stillness of surrender all along. So stop forcing, stop fighting, stop grasping. Let life flow through you as it's meant to. The rain falls, the wind moves, the stars burn, all without struggle. You, too, were born to flow effortlessly, not endlessly resist. When you finally surrender to life's rhythm, everything that once felt complicated becomes simple. You realize you were never supposed to control the river, you were meant to become the river. And in that realization, the search ends. The suffering ends. The endless trying ends. You fall into peace so deep that even silence begins to sing. You feel connected to everything, to the sky, to the trees, to every heartbeat in the world. You are no longer a separate being trying to survive. You are life itself, free and infinite. That is the power of ultimate surrender. That is the moment you stop forcing and start becoming. 11. The freedom of surrender. When you let go, life begins to carry you. There is a moment on every spiritual path, sometimes quiet, sometimes shattering, when you finally understand that all your struggling, all your controlling, all your trying to force life into perfection has only made you tired. You have spent years wrestling with reality, trying to make it obey your plans. You've worried, doubted, rushed, and resisted. And then one day, something inside you breaks, not in pain, but in awakening. You suddenly realize life was never meant to be forced. It was meant to be trusted. It was meant to be flowed with, not conquered. At first, this realization feels strange, almost uncomfortable. We have been trained since childhood to believe that control equals safety. We were told that if we plan everything, we'll be protected, that if we strive hard enough, we'll succeed, that if we hold on tightly enough, nothing will fall apart. But no matter how tightly we've held on, life has shown us again and again things still change, people still leave, plans still collapse, time still moves forward. The truth is unshakable. Control is a comforting illusion, and surrender is the only true freedom. To surrender is not to give up, it is to wake up. It is to stop trying to steer the river and realize you are the river, vast, flowing, unstoppable. When you stop forcing, you stop fighting against life, and something profound begins to happen. Life starts to carry you. The current that once felt harsh begins to feel harmonious. The obstacles that once seemed cruel start to reveal their purpose. You begin to see that what you called failure was actually redirection, what you called loss was protection, and what you called delay was divine timing. When you finally surrender, you stop being a victim of circumstance and become a participant in creation. You no longer see life as something happening to you. You recognize it's happening through you. Every breath, every experience, every challenge becomes a dance between your choices and the flow of existence. You stop pushing and start listening. You stop demanding and start receiving. You stop trying to make the world fit your vision and instead allow your vision to align with the rhythm of the world. This is what the Buddha meant when he spoke of dukkha, suffering that arises from craving, from clinging, from the endless desire for things to be other than what they are. We suffer not because life is cruel, but because we resist its nature. We cling to moments that are meant to pass and reject lessons that are meant to stay. We grasp at pleasure and fight against pain, not realizing they are two sides of the same coin, both fleeting, both essential, both invitations to awaken. When you begin to see life through the lens of impermanence, anicca, something inside you softens. You stop clinging so tightly to control because you understand that everything changes. Every joy, every sorrow, every season, every heartbeat, all of it is transient. You realize that the goal of life is not to stop the flow, but to move with it gracefully. The river of existence has always known the way, you were just too busy resisting to feel its direction. The path of surrender begins with humility. You must first accept that you don't know everything. The ego wants certainty. It wants to believe it can predict the future, control outcomes, and guarantee success. But life doesn't obey logic. It obeys a deeper intelligence. The flower doesn't force itself to bloom, and yet it opens. The rain doesn't plan where to fall, and yet it nourishes exactly what needs it. You, too, are part of this sacred orchestration. You don't need to know how everything will unfold. You only need to trust that it will. When you trust this, you begin to feel a shift within. The tightness in your chest begins to loosen. The constant anxiety of what if begins to dissolve. You realize that you are safe, even in the unknown. You stop living as if every challenge is a threat, and start seeing it as an opportunity for growth. This is the freedom of surrender, when you finally stop trying to control every detail of life and instead learn to cooperate with it. But surrender doesn't mean passivity. It doesn't mean sitting back and letting the world decide for you. It means participating fully with awareness, not attachment. You still act, you still dream, you still create, but you do so with a heart free of tension. You work hard, but you no longer work in fear. You love deeply, but you no longer cling in desperation. You set goals, but you no longer define your worth by whether they are achieved. Buddhism calls this right effort. It's not about doing nothing, but about doing what's necessary without grasping. You take the action that feels true, and then you let go of the results. You understand that your responsibility is to plant the seed, not to control how or when it grows. This way of living transforms effort into ease. Your energy becomes clean, unburdened by anxiety. You begin to act not from pressure but from presence, not to force an outcome, but to express your alignment with life itself. To truly surrender, you must learn to release the need for certainty. The human mind fears the unknown because it cannot control it. But all creation comes from the unknown. Every sunrise, every idea, every birth, all emerge from the mystery. When you surrender, you learn to stand in that mystery without fear. You trust that even when you can't see the next step, life is leading you where you need to go. Imagine walking through a forest at night with a lantern. You can only see a few steps ahead, but as you move forward, more of the path becomes visible. That's how life works. You don't need to see the whole journey, you only need to take the step that's right in front of you. Trust that each step will reveal the next. The universe doesn't give you the entire map, because growth happens in movement, not in knowing. This is why surrender requires courage. It takes great strength to let go of control. It's easier to cling to plans and expectations than to walk into the unknown. But the unknown is where your evolution happens. It's where your old self dissolves and your higher self emerges. Every time you surrender, you die a little, not in body, but in identity. And each death gives birth to a freer, lighter, wiser version of you. Letting go also means releasing your attachment to others, not love, but attachment. We often mistake control for care. We say, "I'm just protecting them," or "I know what's best for them," when in truth, we're afraid of losing them. But love that clings is not love, it's possession. Love that allows is freedom. To love someone while surrendering means to hold them gently, to let them be who they are without trying to mold them into who you want them to be. It's trusting their path even when it leads away from you. It's knowing that true connection doesn't come from control, but from respect. When you stop forcing love to stay, it stops needing to run. When you stop trying to own it, it becomes infinite. The same principle applies to pain. Most people spend their lives trying to escape suffering. But in Buddhism, suffering isn't something to run from. It's something to understand. When pain arises, it is not life punishing you. It is life trying to purify you. The pain you resist persists, but the pain you accept transforms. When you surrender to pain, when you stop running from it and simply allow it to exist, you begin to see its deeper message. Every heartbreak, every failure, every loss contains wisdom that cannot be learned through comfort. Pain shows you what truly matters. It softens the ego and strengthens the soul. It reminds you that everything you cling to, even your suffering, must eventually be released. In surrender, even pain becomes sacred. You learn to feel it fully without drowning in it. You let it wash through you like a cleansing rain, and when it passes, you are not weaker, you are freer. You realize that the worst thing that can happen to you is not the pain itself, but your resistance to it. As you walk deeper into surrender, you begin to notice a profound shift in how you experience life. You stop reacting to everything. You become less impatient, less judgmental, less easily shaken. When something goes wrong, your first instinct is no longer panic, it's presence. You pause, you breathe, you observe. You realize that nothing is as urgent as your mind makes it seem. You begin to trust timing, to trust people's journeys, to trust your own heart. You start living more slowly, more deeply, more fully. Life begins to mirror that inner stillness. The more peaceful you become inside, the more harmony you attract outside. You stop chasing what isn't yours, and what's meant for you begins to find you naturally. It's not magic, it's alignment. When you stop forcing, you stop blocking the flow. The things meant for you, love, peace, purpose, come with ease because you are finally open to receiving them. One of the greatest teachings of surrender is this: you don't lose anything real by letting go. What is meant for you will remain, and what leaves was never meant to stay. When you truly trust that, fear loses its power. You stop clinging to every outcome. You stop fearing change. You begin to live lightly, like a traveler who carries no unnecessary weight. Surrender makes you rich in ways the world cannot measure. You gain peace that no money can buy, love that no attachment can destroy, and freedom that no circumstance can take away. You start to see that surrender was never about losing control. It was about realizing you never had control to begin with, only the illusion of it. When you live in surrender, you no longer divide life into good or bad. You simply see it as isness life as it is. You accept what comes and release what goes, knowing both are essential parts of the same rhythm. You understand that the rain and the sun both serve the garden. Joy and sorrow, success and failure, both have purpose. When you stop labeling experiences, every moment becomes sacred. This is the ultimate liberation, to live without resistance, without constant evaluation, without the need to control. You wake up and meet life as it is, moment by moment, breath by breath. You stop trying to improve reality and instead open your heart to it. This doesn't mean you stop evolving. It means your evolution becomes effortless. Growth becomes natural, not forced. Peace becomes your default, not your goal. And one day, you look back and realize something extraordinary. Life has been guiding you perfectly all along. Every loss was preparing you for gratitude. Every failure was redirecting you to alignment. Every ending was clearing space for a new beginning. You realize that surrender was never a spiritual luxury. It was the foundation of peace itself. When you live surrendered, you walk gently but firmly. You still face challenges, but they no longer own you. You still make choices, but you no longer fear their outcomes. You still love, but without chains. You still dream, but without restlessness. You have become a part of the flow, no longer separate, no longer struggling. You have found what all seekers, monks, poets, and saints have been pointing toward for centuries: the peace that passes all understanding. Surrender is not the end of your journey. It is the beginning of real living. When you let go of your need to control life, you finally experience life as it truly is: wild, unpredictable, mysterious, beautiful, and full of grace. You begin to see that every breath is a miracle, every moment a gift. You begin to walk through the world with open hands, open eyes, and an open heart. So, take a deep breath. Exhale your fears, drop your defenses. Allow life to unfold exactly as it will. You don't need to fight anymore. You don't need to prove anything. You don't need to control the waves, just learn to surf them. Trust that you are being guided. Trust that you are safe, even in uncertainty. Trust that life has always known what it was doing with you, even when you didn't. Because when you finally surrender, truly surrender, you discover what the Buddha, the sages, and the poets have all tried to tell you. The peace you've been searching for has always been here, waiting, beneath the noise of control. And the moment you let go completely, life doesn't fall apart. It falls into place. 12. The art of letting everything happen, the deepest form of peace. There comes a time, after all the struggling and striving, after the endless attempts to fix, control, and perfect life, when you begin to understand something so simple and yet so transforming. Peace was never waiting at the end of control. It was waiting beneath your resistance to what is. It was hidden in plain sight, right where you stopped, allowing life to flow. You realize, finally, that the truest freedom is not found in mastering every situation, but in letting everything, absolutely everything, happen as it will, while you remain still inside. This is not the peace of avoidance or withdrawal. It is not the cold detachment of giving up. It is the warmth of deep acceptance, the knowing that life is wiser than your plans, gentler than your fears, and more intelligent than your control. This is the art of letting everything happen, the purest form of surrender, where you no longer fight the waves, no longer demand the world be different, but instead learn to float in the ocean of existence with trust, grace, and awareness. At first, the idea sounds impossible. How can you let things happen when so much feels uncertain, painful, or unfair? How can you be at peace in a world that constantly changes, where loss and chaos are part of daily life? But this is precisely what every great spiritual teaching, from the Buddha to the Stoics, has been pointing toward, that peace does not depend on what happens. It depends on how deeply you allow what happens to be what it is. When the Buddha attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, it wasn't because he escaped pain or found control. It was because he stopped resisting everything. He let every thought, every emotion, every fear rise and pass without clinging or pushing it away. He saw that suffering was not born from pain itself, but from the desire to make pain stop. He saw that peace was not the absence of storms, but the ability to rest calmly in their midst. In the same way, every human being must eventually reach this realization in their own life, that peace is not something you chase or earn. It's what remains when you stop interfering. The tree grows, the sun rises, the heart beats, the breath flows, all without your control. You are already being lived by life. The idea that you are the doer of everything is an illusion, a story the ego tells to feel safe. But when you begin to observe without trying to change, when you allow life to unfold without constant interference, you begin to sense something extraordinary. Life doesn't need your control to function perfectly. It never did. Imagine a river, clear, strong, and flowing. The river doesn't struggle to move forward. It doesn't argue with the stones or complain about the bends in its path. It simply flows, adjusting, curving, adapting. Its strength lies not in resistance, but in surrender. Even when obstacles block it, the river doesn't stop, it finds another way. It teaches us the greatest lesson. Flow is not passive. Flow is intelligent. When you live like the river, you stop wasting your energy on fighting and start using it to move gracefully through life's twists and turns. When you let everything happen, you are not becoming careless, you are becoming wise. You understand that not every storm needs to be fought, not every situation needs to be fixed, and not every pain needs to be avoided. Some experiences are not obstacles. They are invitations, invitations to grow, to awaken, to see differently. You begin to see that the same force that brings joy also brings sorrow, and that both are expressions of the same divine rhythm. You stop asking, "Why me?" and start whispering, "Teach me." The mind, however, resists this truth. The mind believes peace can only exist when things go as planned. It wants control because control feels like safety, but the mind's version of safety is an illusion, a fragile bubble that bursts the moment reality shifts. And reality always shifts. The more you cling to how you think things should be, the more you suffer when they aren't. But the moment you stop clinging, you discover something far greater than control. Trust. Trust is the quiet understanding that even when you don't know what's happening, life does. Trust doesn't require you to like what's unfolding. It only asks you to stop fighting it. You begin to understand that everything, even the painful, confusing, and unpredictable, has a role to play in your evolution. The breakup that shattered you may be the doorway to self-love. The failure that humiliated you may be the foundation of wisdom. The silence that scared you may be the space where your soul began to speak. When you live in trust, you no longer see life as your enemy. You begin to see its patterns, its precision, its compassion. You realize that life has never been trying to harm you. It has been shaping you, humbling you, preparing you for the deeper peace that only comes when you stop resisting and start allowing. Letting everything happen doesn't mean being indifferent. It doesn't mean giving up on effort or abandoning responsibility. It means shifting your relationship with life from control to cooperation. You still act, you still strive, you still dream, but you no longer move from fear or force. You act from alignment. You act from presence. You understand that the outcome is never yours to own. The seeds you plant will bloom when they are ready, not when you demand it. This understanding brings a serenity that no success can offer. You stop measuring your worth by how much you achieve or control. You start finding meaning in how deeply you can be at peace amidst uncertainty. You realize that effort without attachment is the true art of living. You begin to act, not to manipulate life, but to express your harmony with it. Like a musician playing in tune with the universe, your actions become graceful, precise, effortless. In Buddhism, this is called wu-wei, effortless action. It is not inaction, it is aligned action. It is doing what feels right without forcing what must be. When you practice wu-wei, you begin to experience what many call flow, those moments when you lose yourself completely in what you're doing, when time disappears, when life moves through you with ease. That's what letting everything happen feels like. It's not about abandoning effort, it's about merging your effort with the natural intelligence of existence. But to reach this space, you must pass through a gate. Most people fear the gate of uncertainty. The human mind dreads not knowing. It clings to plans, to structure, to identity. But uncertainty is not a punishment. It is the ground of possibility. Everything new, everything beautiful, everything transcendent is born from the unknown. The caterpillar must dissolve completely before becoming a butterfly. The seed must break open before it grows. The night must come before the dawn. To let everything happen is to walk willingly into the unknown and trust that even when you can't see, something greater is guiding you. It's to understand that your life is not a random collection of events, but a continuous unfolding of intelligence that always knows more than your plans ever could. You realize that uncertainty is not the absence of order. It is the dance of divine order beyond the reach of your logic. When you make peace with not knowing, fear begins to fade. You stop needing guarantees. You begin to live with curiosity instead of control. You start to see the unknown not as darkness, but as depth. And in that depth, you begin to hear something profound, the quiet voice of life itself, whispering, "Trust me. I know the way." Stillness is the bridge that allows you to experience this trust directly. When you sit in silence, when you stop running, you start to feel life move through you. You realize that even when your mind is silent, existence continues. Your heart beats, your breath flows, the world turns. This awareness is the foundation of surrender. You see that life doesn't stop when you do, it keeps going, beautifully, effortlessly. Meditation is not about silencing your mind forever. It's about learning to observe without interference. It's about sitting still long enough to notice that thoughts, emotions, sensations, they all rise and fall naturally without needing your control. When you observe this directly, something shifts. You realize that if your thoughts can arise and pass without your effort, maybe the same is true for everything in life. Problems too come and go, pain too rises and dissolves. Everything is temporary, and that's not sad, it's liberating. When you let everything happen, when you stop forcing your mind to be quiet, stop forcing your emotions to change, stop forcing life to match your expectations, you begin to taste real peace. Not the fleeting comfort that depends on perfect conditions, but the eternal peace that exists beneath every condition. To live this way requires immense gentleness. You begin to treat yourself differently. You stop demanding perfection and start allowing growth. You stop criticizing your emotions and start observing them with compassion. You stop punishing yourself for your past and begin to see every mistake as a necessary step in awakening. The self you've been trying to fix was never broken, it was just tired of being forced. When you let it rest, it begins to heal naturally. You also begin to treat others differently. You stop trying to change them. You allow them to be who they are, to evolve in their own time. You realize that your peace no longer depends on anyone's behavior. You love without control, forgive without keeping score, and walk away without hatred. You understand that everyone, including you, is just trying to find their way home. That understanding dissolves judgment and replaces it with compassion. Letting everything happen doesn't mean allowing harm or accepting injustice. It means acting with awareness, not anger. You can stand up for truth without hate. You can protect your boundaries without bitterness. You can walk away from what's toxic without revenge. This kind of peace is not weak, it is powerful beyond measure, because it comes from clarity, not conflict. And gradually, as you practice this, you begin to notice that life starts to move differently. The same situations that once felt heavy begin to feel light. The same people who once triggered you now seem to pass through you like wind through trees. The same problems that once consumed you now appear as waves, real but temporary. You stop needing everything to change, and paradoxically, that's when everything begins to transform on its own. You realize that life always wanted to move in harmony with you. It was your resistance that caused friction. When you stop pushing against reality, reality starts to feel friendly. You begin to live in what the Buddha called tathata suchness, seeing things exactly as they are, without distortion. You live in truth, not in wishful thinking, and truth, even when painful, always leads to peace. Letting everything happen is the same as letting life love you. You stop standing in your own way. You let the rain fall when it must, the sun shine when it will. You stop questioning every season of your soul. You allow yourself to bloom when it's time and rest when it's needed. You stop apologizing for your becoming. You start trusting the divine timing of your own unfolding. And then something miraculous occurs. You realize you are not just letting life happen, you are life happening. You are not separate from the flow, you are the flow. You are not the one trying to control, you are the awareness in which all control dissolves. When you reach this understanding, fear disappears completely. There is nothing to fight, nothing to lose, nothing to fix. You live each day as a prayer, not of asking, but of thanking. You become like the sky, vast, open, unbothered by the passing clouds. Joy and sorrow come and go, success and failure rise and fall, yet your essence remains untouched. You become free not because you have escaped the world, but because you have embraced it completely. So let everything happen, the joy and the pain, the clarity and the confusion, the gain and the loss. Let it all flow through you, like waves through the ocean. You don't have to stop the storm, you just have to remember that you are the sky it passes through. Stop trying to control what you were never meant to control. Stop trying to fix what was never broken. Stop trying to force what life already knows how to do. Trust the unfolding, trust the pauses, trust the chaos, trust the timing. Because when you finally let everything happen, when you stop resisting, stop interfering, stop pretending to be separate, you will discover the greatest truth of all. You were never in control, and you never needed to be. Life was carrying you the whole time, and in that realization, the search ends, the struggle ends. The self that was fighting life dissolves into life itself. You exhale for the first time in years and whisper, "Let it be." And in that still, sacred moment, you understand the art of letting everything happen is not about surrendering to weakness. It is about awakening to your infinite strength. It is about returning to your natural state, the state of peace that was never lost, only forgotten beneath the noise of control. 13. The infinite flow, when you stop interfering and start belonging to life. There is a moment on the spiritual journey, a quiet turning point, when you realize that life has always been flowing, but you have not always been flowing with it. For years, you have been swimming upstream, fighting the current, believing that control would protect you, that effort would save you, that constant planning would bring peace. You thought you were steering life, but you were only exhausting yourself. And then, one day, something inside you begins to soften. You stop resisting. You stop explaining. You stop trying to make everything happen your way. You simply breathe and notice that life keeps moving without your pushing. You realize the river never needed you to control it. It only needed you to stop interfering. This realization is not just peaceful, it's transformational. Because when you stop forcing life to obey your mind, something magical happens. You begin to see how intelligent, how kind, and how perfectly balanced the universe really is. You begin to sense that behind every event, even the painful, confusing, or unwanted ones, there is an invisible rhythm guiding everything toward harmony. This is not blind faith, it's direct experience. You start to feel that when you align with life's natural flow, everything becomes easier, smoother, more meaningful. You no longer chase purpose, you become part of purpose itself. The Buddha once said, "Flow with whatever may happen, and let your mind be free. Stay centered by accepting whatever you are doing. This is the ultimate." Those words are not passive, they are alive. They speak to a wisdom far deeper than the intellect can grasp. When you flow with life, you don't stop acting, you stop overacting. You stop overthinking every decision, overanalyzing every problem, overplanning every step. You begin to act from intuition instead of anxiety. You begin to respond to life as it unfolds, rather than reacting to it based on fear or habit. Imagine a dancer in complete harmony with music. She doesn't need to plan each step. She doesn't control the rhythm, she listens, feels, and moves with it. The beauty of her dance arises not from effort, but from surrender. The same applies to life. When you stop trying to choreograph every moment and simply tune into life's rhythm, you begin to move with grace. You begin to live with a natural intelligence that no amount of control can create. You begin to discover what it means to belong, not just to yourself, but to everything. When you are in resistance, everything feels heavy. Every challenge feels personal. Every delay feels like failure. But when you are in flow, you stop taking life so personally. You stop seeing everything as happening to you and begin to see it as happening through you. The rain doesn't fall to inconvenience you. It falls because the earth needs it. The sunset doesn't appear to impress you. It appears because that's what the universe does. It balances light and darkness. Likewise, not every challenge in your life is punishment. Many are simply adjustments, ways life balances your inner and outer worlds. This is what it means to trust the flow. To trust that the same intelligence that guides the tides of the oceans and the movement of galaxies is guiding your path too. You are not separate from that intelligence, you are an expression of it. Your desires, your fears, your dreams, your heartbreaks, they are all waves in the same ocean. You are not outside of life, trying to manage it. You are life, learning to remember its rhythm again. There's a story from Zen Buddhism about a monk who struggled with his thoughts during meditation. He asked his teacher, "Master, my mind is restless. How can I control it?" The master smiled and replied, "You can no more control your mind than you can control the wind. But you can learn to stand in the field and let the wind pass through you." This is the essence of flow. You cannot stop life's movement, the changes, the emotions, the surprises. But you can learn to let them pass through without resistance. When the wind of life moves through you freely, it refreshes you, not breaks you. We suffer because we try to hold on to what's meant to move and push away what's meant to teach. We don't realize that life's movements are not random, they are refining us, shaping us, preparing us for greater peace. The moments you thought were endings were actually beginnings. The rejections you cursed were redirections. The losses you grieved were clearings for something new. When you stop interfering, you begin to see that life was never punishing you. It was guiding you toward wholeness. Flow also requires humility, the willingness to admit that you don't always know what's best. The ego loves to believe it can plan perfection, but the mind's plans are small compared to the vast wisdom of existence. How many times have you tried to force something, a relationship, a career, a path, only to discover later that it wasn't meant for you? And how many times did something unexpected turn out to be a blessing you could have never planned? That's life's intelligence at work. The ego says, I know what I want. But the soul says, I trust what I need. The ego says, I must make this happen. The soul says, if it's meant for me, it will come in its time. Flow is when you stop arguing with that timing. It's when you stop micromanaging the universe and begin cooperating with it. You begin to act with purpose, not panic. You begin to trust that what's meant for you cannot be lost, because what is truly yours aligns with your energy, not your effort. There's also a subtle beauty in learning to flow with loss. So much suffering in life comes from trying to hold on to what's already gone. We fight endings because we see them as failures. But endings are not failures, they are transitions. Every ending is a completion of one cycle and the quiet beginning of another. Just as trees shed their leaves to make way for new growth, you too must learn to let go of what's dying so that something living can take its place. Flow means trusting this cycle, trusting that what leaves your life has served its purpose. Trusting that letting go doesn't mean you lose. It means you make space. The more you let go, the lighter you become. The lighter you become, the easier you flow. You stop dragging yesterday into today. You stop carrying old stories into new chapters. You stop trying to force people to stay who are meant to walk their own path. You realize that clinging is like holding water in your fist. The tighter you grip, the faster it slips away. But when you open your hand, the water remains in your palm effortlessly. When you live in the flow, even pain transforms. You stop asking, why is this happening to me? And start asking, what is this showing me? Pain becomes less of an enemy and more of a messenger. You begin to see that discomfort is not punishment, it's communication. It's life's way of saying, something needs attention, something needs to change. When you stop forcing life to fit your expectations, you make room for healing. The same way a wound closes naturally when you stop picking at it, your life begins to heal when you stop interfering. This is what it means to allow. To allow joy and sadness, gain and loss, clarity and confusion. You realize that no emotion is final, no situation is permanent. Everything passes, everything transforms. And you don't need to rush the transformation. The flower doesn't bloom faster because it worries about time. The river doesn't reach the sea faster because it panics. Everything unfolds according to perfect timing, including you. Stillness is an essential part of flow. To live in harmony with life, you must sometimes stop moving and simply listen. When you are still, you can feel the quiet guidance that was always there beneath the noise of your thoughts. Stillness doesn't mean doing nothing. It means listening deeply, listening to what life is trying to tell you through every event, every delay, every encounter. In the silence of stillness, you realize that nothing in your life has ever been random. Even the chaos was choreography. When you cultivate stillness, your awareness sharpens. You begin to sense when to act and when to wait, when to speak and when to stay silent, when to move and when to rest. You stop chasing every opportunity that appears and start recognizing which ones are truly meant for you. Flow doesn't mean saying yes to everything, it means saying yes to what feels aligned. It's not passivity, it's precision. You're no longer moved by fear, but by inner clarity. The most extraordinary aspect of living in flow is the way life begins to support you. When you are no longer fighting reality, reality becomes your ally. Doors that once seemed closed begin to open. Solutions that once felt impossible begin to appear. This isn't coincidence, it's alignment. When your inner state harmonizes with life, external circumstances begin to reflect that harmony. It's not that life suddenly becomes perfect, it's that you stop perceiving imperfection as a threat. You learn to see beauty in every phase, meaning in every moment, and peace in every pause. In that space, gratitude becomes your natural language. You stop waiting for reasons to be grateful and begin to see gratitude everywhere in the air you breathe, in the lessons you've learned, in the people who've helped you grow. Gratitude deepens flow because it keeps your heart open. An open heart doesn't resist, it receives. It trusts that every experience, pleasant or painful, is part of the same river guiding you home. Letting go of interference also transforms your relationships. You stop trying to control how people feel, act, or see you. You stop needing constant validation. You begin to love more freely, not because people are perfect, but because you no longer expect them to be. You start to understand that love is not about ownership, it's about allowance. To love is to let others be who they are, even when that means they must walk a path separate from yours. Flowing with relationships means allowing space for difference, for change, for distance. It means trusting that real connection never needs control to survive. The more you trust the natural rhythm of connection, the less you fear loss. Because when love is real, it doesn't need force, it flows naturally, even in silence, even across miles, even through endings. True love is not held by conditions, it's held by freedom. As your practice of flow deepens, something extraordinary happens. You begin to see no separation between yourself and life. You stop identifying as a person trying to survive in a chaotic world and begin to recognize yourself as the consciousness through which life experiences itself. The waves, the storms, the calm, they are not outside of you, they are you. You are not the swimmer in the river, you are the river itself. You begin to experience what sages call oneness. The realization that the boundary between you and life was only ever a thought. In that realization, fear dissolves completely. You stop being afraid of what comes or goes because you understand that everything that comes and goes happens within you, not to you. You become like the ocean, vast, patient, infinite, watching the waves rise and fall without being disturbed. The wind may stir the surface, but deep beneath you remain still. And finally, you come to understand the most beautiful truth of all. The universe is not asking you to be perfect, it's asking you to be present. You don't have to fix everything, understand everything, or control anything. You only have to show up fully in each moment and allow it to unfold. Life will take care of the rest. The same intelligence that keeps your heart beating and the planet spinning will continue to move through you effortlessly, eternally, compassionately. When you live this way, peace is no longer something you chase, it's something you become. You no longer pray for a smooth path. You pray for the strength to flow with the path as it comes. You no longer fear endings because you see that endings are just the universe changing form. You no longer dread the unknown because you see it as the birthplace of miracles. Flowing with life doesn't mean escaping pain or bypassing effort. It means meeting each experience, joy or sorrow, clarity or confusion, with open eyes and an open heart. It means trusting that every breath, every silence, every turn of fate is part of a larger perfection that your mind can't yet see, but your soul deeply knows. So, stop interfering, stop forcing, stop believing that peace will come when you finally control everything. Peace comes the moment you stop trying to control anything. Let life breathe through you. Let it move you, surprise you, teach you, humble you. Let it open you wider than you ever thought possible. You are not behind. You are not lost. You are exactly where the current needs you to be. Trust it. Flow with it. Be part of it. Because when you stop fighting life, you realize that life was never fighting you. It was inviting you home. And in that quiet, sacred flow where action and acceptance become one, you find what every soul has always been searching for: the peace that doesn't depend on circumstances, the love that doesn't fade, and the freedom that doesn't end. 14. The final letting go, when you stop holding on to even the idea of control. There comes a sacred point in every soul's journey beyond all teachings, beyond all words, beyond even the pursuit of enlightenment, where you are no longer trying to fix, achieve, or understand life. You simply sit, breathe, and be. You no longer chase after peace. You recognize you have always been it. You no longer demand clarity from life. You realize clarity arises naturally when the struggle ends. You no longer try to let go, because even that trying becomes another form of holding on. This is the final letting go, when you surrender not only what burdens you, but also the one who was doing the surrendering. For most of our lives, we are taught that peace is something we reach when we finally figure everything out. We think that if we can only organize our minds, perfect our relationships, and secure our plans, we will finally be free. But life, in its infinite compassion, keeps showing us again and again that control is the greatest illusion of all. No matter how carefully we build our plans, life can sweep them away in a moment. The Buddha's teaching of anicca, impermanence, is not a warning, but a liberation. It tells us that everything changes, and therefore nothing can truly be lost. What you release returns to you in another form, purified, renewed, reshaped by time. The final letting go is not about abandoning life. It's about allowing life to move through you without resistance. It's about realizing that everything you thought you had to hold, every fear, every memory, every wound, every dream, was never truly yours. You are not the holder of life. You are the space in which life unfolds. You are not the one steering the river. You are the river flowing freely toward its unseen destination. When you reach this state, you begin to see how much of your suffering came not from life itself, but from your refusal to allow it. You see how much energy you have spent trying to control what was never yours, to control the opinions of others, the flow of time, the outcome of love, the unfolding of destiny. You realize that your attachment to certainty was the source of your anxiety, not the cure for it. You realize that all along, life was not asking you to control it. It was asking you to trust it. There is a vast difference between control and trust. Control is rooted in fear, fear that life will betray you, that something will go wrong, that you'll lose what you love. Trust, however, is born of wisdom, the understanding that life, in all its chaos, has always been supporting your awakening. Every fall was a lesson in balance. Every heartbreak was a lesson in love. Every ending was a lesson in impermanence. When you look back through the lens of awareness, you begin to see that nothing was ever random. Every twist, every delay, every silence had purpose, even when your mind couldn't see it at the time. Letting go at this level is not a single act. It is a living state of consciousness. It is not something you do once and forget. It is a continual softening into the flow of life. Each moment invites you to release expectations, release judgment, release the tightness in your chest that comes from needing things to be different. You begin to live like the ocean, vast, deep, and accepting of every wave. You no longer reject the storms because you understand they belong to the same sea as the calm. In this space, nothing feels like a mistake anymore. Even pain loses its sharpness. You begin to see that suffering was never an enemy. It was the fire that melted away what was false in you. The pain that once consumed you becomes sacred fuel for awakening. You start to thank the moments that broke you, because without them, you would still be asleep inside the illusion of control. The truth is, life was never trying to hurt you. It was trying to open you. Every struggle was a doorway, every fall a teacher. The final letting go is when you stop standing at those doorways in fear and simply walk through them, knowing that whatever awaits on the other side is exactly what your soul needs to grow. At this depth of surrender, even your relationship with time changes. You stop living in the past and worrying about the future because you finally understand now is all that truly exists. The past is memory. The future is imagination. Only the present moment is alive, breathing, and real. When you stop trying to escape it, you discover its vastness. You discover that peace has always been here, underneath the noise of thought. The mind loves to live everywhere except the present. It clings to what has passed and worries about what's to come. But the more you identify with those thoughts, the further you drift from life's actual flow. The final letting go means no longer letting the mind dominate your experience. You watch it with compassion, but you don't believe its stories. You realize that thoughts are clouds, they come and go, while your awareness, the sky, remains untouched. You begin to trust silence more than answers. You begin to value stillness more than speed. You begin to feel joy not as excitement, but as calm, a deep inner alignment with existence itself. There's an old Zen saying, "Let go or be dragged." It sounds harsh, but it reveals a profound truth. The more you resist the flow of life, the more painful your experience becomes. The universe has a way of teaching surrender gently at first, through subtle signs and whispers. But if you ignore those, it raises the volume through loss, failure, confusion, or change. Not as punishment, but as compassion. Because only when the illusion of control breaks do you finally realize the freedom that was always waiting underneath it. You begin to see that what you once called falling apart was actually life falling into place. You see how your pain carved open spaces in your heart for more understanding, more empathy, more wisdom. You see how your detours were not delays, but divine reroutes, guiding you to where your soul needed to go. Every time life took something from you, it gave you something greater in return. Maybe not immediately, maybe not visibly, but always meaningfully. When you live in this awareness, forgiveness becomes effortless. You forgive others not because they were right, but because you no longer need to carry the heaviness of resentment. You understand that everyone acts according to their level of consciousness. Those who hurt you were not evil. They were asleep, lost in their own illusions, just as you once were. You stop expecting perfection from others and begin to see the shared humanity in every flaw, every mistake, every act of ignorance. You also forgive yourself. You stop replaying your failures in your mind, stop wishing you had known better. You understand that even your worst moments were necessary steps on your path to awakening. You realize you did the best you could with the awareness you had at the time, and that's enough. You stop holding your past against yourself. You begin to treat yourself with the same compassion you once reserved for others. You finally exhale and say, "It's okay. I don't need to keep punishing myself for being human." The deeper you go into letting go, the more you notice that peace isn't something you create. It's what remains when you stop disturbing yourself. You don't have to find stillness. You have to stop running from it. You don't have to achieve love. You have to stop closing your heart to it. You don't have to become anything. You have to stop pretending to be something you're not. The final letting go is the realization that everything you've been searching for, peace, love, freedom, meaning, was never outside of you. It was waiting underneath your resistance all along. And yet, this understanding is not something you can force. You cannot try to let go because trying implies struggle. You can only allow. Letting go happens naturally when you are tired of holding on. Just as sleep comes when you stop trying to fall asleep, peace comes when you stop trying to control peace. You can't force surrender. You can only open yourself to it. This is the paradox of the spiritual path. The more you chase enlightenment, the further it seems. But when you stop chasing and simply rest in awareness, you realize you never left home. You were never separate from the truth you sought. You were always the awareness itself, calm, unchanging, infinite. At this stage, even your definitions of success and failure dissolve. You stop measuring your life by outcomes. You stop chasing recognition or fearing rejection. You see that the real measure of your life is not what you've achieved, but how deeply you've lived, how fully you've felt, how freely you've loved, how peacefully you've accepted change. You realize that life's purpose was never about reaching some grand destination. It was about becoming awake enough to see the perfection of every step along the way. This understanding brings incredible lightness. You no longer need to impress anyone. You no longer need to prove yourself. You no longer need to control others' perceptions of you. You simply exist as you are, open, grounded, and real. There is no performance left, no mask to maintain. You've stopped striving to become someone else and finally allowed yourself to just be. And ironically, it is in this letting go of self-improvement that the true transformation happens. Because the real growth was never about adding more, it was about shedding what was never you. Every false identity you release, every illusion you see through, every attachment you surrender, brings you closer to your natural state, effortless peace. In this peace, you start to feel a sacred connection to all things. You see the same life that breathes through you, breathing through the trees, the animals, the stars, and even the people who once hurt you. You realize that everything from the smallest grain of sand to the vastest galaxy is made of the same essence. You are not in the universe. You are the universe expressing itself as you. This is not philosophy, it is direct experience. When the boundaries of the self dissolve, what remains is love, not the emotional kind that comes and goes, but the silent, unchanging love that underlies everything. It's the love that makes the sun rise, that keeps your heart beating, that brings new beginnings after every ending. It's the love that whispers, "You are safe, even now." When you truly let go, you no longer feel separate from that love. You stop trying to find it in others because you realize you are made of it. You stop searching for meaning because meaning flows naturally from presence. You stop fearing death because you see that what you are cannot die, it can only change form. And so, the final letting go is not the end, it is the beginning of real living. You stop existing as a fearful individual, clinging to survival, and start living as consciousness itself, vast, free, and unbound. You laugh more easily. You cry without resistance. You speak with kindness. You listen without judgment. You act from intuition instead of impulse. You love without needing anything in return. You walk through life as if dancing, graceful, grounded, unafraid of missteps, because you know the music itself is divine. The people around you may not understand this change. Some will think you've stopped caring, others will think you've become too calm, too detached. But you will know you have not lost passion, you've lost tension, you have not lost emotion, you've lost identification, you have not lost control, you've lost the illusion that you ever had it. And in that loss, you gain everything. One day, you will look at your life and smile, not because it turned out perfectly, but because you finally stopped demanding that it should. You'll feel grateful not just for the joys, but for the sorrows that shaped you. You'll bless not only the people who loved you, but also those who left you, for they pushed you deeper into yourself. You'll look at your scars not as reminders of pain, but as proof of healing. You'll see how every chapter, no matter how dark, was essential to your unfolding. You will sit quietly somewhere, maybe watching the sunset, maybe listening to the sound of rain, and you will realize you need nothing more. You will realize that you are not just at peace, you are peace. You will realize that you never needed to hold on to life, because life has been holding you all along. This is the ultimate freedom when you no longer cling to even the idea of control. You allow life to rise and fall, come and go, appear and disappear, while you remain as the silent witness, the awareness that simply watches, loves, and allows. The mind will still speak, but you will not believe it. The body will still age, but you will not fear it. The world will still change, but you will not resist it. Because you have seen the truth, you were never separate from anything. You were never incomplete. You were never broken. You were always whole, always eternal, always flowing, just hidden beneath the noise of control. So, let go not just of what hurts you, but of the one who's trying to let go. Let life live through you. Let the river take you home. Stop grasping for the shore and allow yourself to float in the infinite embrace of the present moment. Because once you stop holding on, once you release everything, even yourself, you'll discover the most profound truth of all. You never needed to control life to be free. You only needed to remember that you already belong to it. And in that remembrance, the final illusion dissolves. The struggle ends, and what remains is the purest peace, wordless, boundless, eternal, the peace of one who has finally, completely, and beautifully let go. 15. When you finally stop searching, the peace that was always there. There comes a time, after endless striving, after countless lessons and heartbreaks, when you stop, not because you've given up, but because you've finally seen through the illusion of the chase. For years, maybe for lifetimes, you've been searching for something: peace, success, love, enlightenment, understanding. You've wandered through philosophies, relationships, ambitions, and faiths, thinking that the missing piece of your happiness was always just one more step ahead. You've run through the forest of life with open hands, grasping at every ray of light, only to find that it slips away the moment you try to hold it. And then one day, something inside you shifts. The striving exhausts itself. The noise of seeking burns itself out. You realize, in a quiet, almost indescribable way, that there was never anything missing, that the peace you were searching for was never hiding, it was simply covered by your own restlessness. The happiness you were chasing was not out there. It was the awareness looking through your eyes all along, and in that single moment, something timeless unfolds within you, the beginning of true freedom. The Buddha called it nirvana, the extinguishing of the fire of craving. The word doesn't describe a place, it describes a state of being, a state in which the endless hunger of the mind ceases, and you finally rest in what has always been. Most people misunderstand nirvana as escape, a place without pain, a heaven beyond the world. But it's the opposite. It's complete intimacy with the world. It's the profound peace that arises when you stop resisting what is, when you stop grasping for what could be, and when you realize that life in its raw, fleeting imperfection was always whole. When you stop searching, you begin to see. You see how every single thing you ran from, every uncomfortable emotion, every failure, every loss was not an obstacle to peace but an invitation into it. You see that nothing was ever in your way, except your refusal to allow life to be as it is. The peace you longed for wasn't hidden in some distant temple or secret teaching. It was hidden beneath the layers of your own struggle. Like clouds covering the sun, your efforts to find peace were the very thing obscuring it. All your life, you were taught to do, to achieve, to become. Society told you that you were incomplete until you reached the next milestone, the next job, the next possession, the next form of validation. Even spirituality became another pursuit: meditation to reach enlightenment, prayer to reach heaven, self-help to reach perfection. But the truth is, peace begins when all becoming ends. When the seeker dissolves into stillness, what remains is not emptiness, but fullness, the fullness of the present moment, of existence itself. It's difficult for the mind to accept this, because the mind survives on movement. It always needs a next step, a goal, a problem to solve. If the mind stands still, it feels it might disappear, and in a way, it does. When you finally stop searching, the identity built on striving begins to dissolve. You are no longer the one who is on a journey or trying to get somewhere. You are no longer a collection of unfinished stories. You are simply awareness, infinite, open, and whole. The disappearance of the seeker is the discovery of the truth. At first, this realization feels strange, almost uncomfortable. You might ask, if I stop searching, won't I become lazy or lost? Don't I need goals, dreams, motivation? But what you discover is that when striving ends, life doesn't stop. It begins to move more naturally. Your actions become more fluid, more aligned, more effortless. You still work, still create, still love, but no longer out of lack. You act from fullness instead of emptiness, from inspiration instead of desperation. You stop trying to prove your worth because you see that your worth was never in question. You stop trying to chase happiness because you realize happiness is not a destination, it's the very space in which all experience arises. It's like trying to catch air in your hands. The tighter you grip, the less you have. But when you open your palms, the air was there all along. The peace you've been chasing is the same. The harder you try to possess it, the more it escapes. But the moment you stop grasping, it fills you quietly, completely, endlessly. This letting go of the search doesn't mean indifference. It means clarity. It means you finally understand what was worth pursuing and what was never yours to chase. You stop chasing illusions, the illusion of control, the illusion of permanence, the illusion that you can arrange life into perfection. You stop trying to hold time still. Stop trying to make people stay. Stop trying to outthink uncertainty. You start flowing again, like a river that has finally stopped fighting the rocks and learned to glide around them. And in that flow, you begin to taste something deeper than happiness, serenity. Happiness depends on external conditions, but serenity is unconditional. It's the quiet joy of being. It doesn't need everything to go right. It only needs you to stop resisting what's wrong. It's not a feeling that comes and goes. It's a way of seeing. Once you see through the illusion of control, everything softens: your judgments, your anxiety, your constant mental noise. You start to notice the small miracles that were always there: the sound of rain, the rhythm of your breath, the way sunlight touches a wall. Buddhism often speaks of the middle way, not clinging to pleasure, not fearing pain, not escaping the world, not drowning in it. When you stop searching, you begin to live the middle way naturally. You are no longer pulled violently between hope and fear, success and failure, gain and loss. You remain steady, like a mountain at the center of a storm. Emotions may rise and fall, but you no longer lose yourself in them. You no longer say, "I am angry," or "I am sad." You say, "Anger is passing through me. Sadness is visiting." You stop identifying with the waves and start resting as the ocean. And when you are the ocean, even the storm is welcome, because you understand it too belongs. You begin to see that life is not a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be experienced. You start to live each moment not as something to escape or fix, but as something sacred, something complete in itself. You stop asking, "How can I make this moment better?" and start asking, "Can I fully be with this moment as it is?" That simple shift turns ordinary experience into awakening. When you finally stop searching, even death loses its sting. You begin to understand that what you truly are cannot end because it never began. Birth and death, gain and loss, joy and pain, these are movements within awareness, not the end of it. The body comes and goes, thoughts come and go, people come and go, but the awareness watching it all remains untouched. This realization dissolves fear. You stop clinging to life because you realize you are life. You stop fearing loss because you see that what is real can never be lost. What passes away is only form. What remains is essence, the silent, eternal witness behind it all. To stop searching, then, is not to die to life, but to be reborn into truth. It is to awaken from the trance of becoming into the reality of being. You begin to laugh more easily, not because life is suddenly perfect, but because you no longer take imperfection personally. You no longer carry the impossible burden of controlling the universe. You walk lighter because you're no longer dragging your expectations behind you. You live more freely because you're no longer bound to the endless what-ifs of the mind. It's in this quiet freedom that true compassion blossoms. When you stop searching for your own peace, you begin to radiate peace to others. You see that everyone is suffering in the same way. Everyone is caught in the illusion of, if only I had more money, if only they understood me, if only I was somewhere else, someone else. You recognize your own past in their pain, and instead of judgment, you feel tenderness. You don't rush to change people anymore. You simply hold space for them, knowing that awakening cannot be forced. It can only unfold when they are ready, just as it did for you. Your presence becomes your teaching. You no longer need to preach serenity. You embody it. People feel calmer around you, even if they don't know why. You move through the world not as someone separate from it, but as a living expression of harmony. You don't need to explain or convince. Your peace itself becomes the message. The world may still be loud, but you no longer let it disturb your silence. When you stop searching, even love transforms. You stop looking for it as something to get, and start recognizing it as something you are. Love ceases to be a transaction and becomes a way of being. You don't love because you need or because you fear being alone. You love because it's your natural state to give. The more you love without condition, the more you realize that love was never about possession. It was about connection. It was about seeing the divine in everything, in a smile, in a stranger, in the simple act of breathing. In this love, even heartbreak becomes beautiful. You stop labeling it as tragedy because you see it as expansion. Every broken piece of your heart becomes another opening through which love flows. Pain no longer closes you, it refines you. It teaches you to hold joy more gently, to meet loss with grace, to trust that even endings are just beginnings in disguise. And yet, this peace, this freedom is not loud or dramatic. It doesn't announce itself with fireworks or miracles. It arrives quietly, like dawn breaking after a long night. You wake one morning and realize that life feels lighter, softer. The small things that once disturbed you no longer have power. You still feel, still think, still act, but from a deeper center. You no longer need to change life to feel okay. You feel okay because you've stopped demanding life to change. You find joy in the simple, in washing dishes, in listening to rain, in sitting in silence. The extraordinary hides in the ordinary. What you once overlooked now feels alive. The flicker of candlelight, the rhythm of footsteps, the whisper of the wind. You realize you were never separate from the beauty of existence. You were simply too busy searching for it to see. This is the paradox. When you stop searching for meaning, everything becomes meaningful. When you stop chasing love, everything you see becomes an expression of it. When you stop trying to control life, it begins to flow through you effortlessly. You discover that the secret was never in finding peace, it was in stopping long enough to feel it. So, how do you stop searching? You don't. It stops on its own, when the mind grows tired of running. You can't force surrender, you can only allow it. The moment you notice your own grasping and simply breathe instead of reacting, the search begins to dissolve. It's not a decision, it's a natural unfolding, like fruit ripening on a tree. The mind quiets, not because it's told to, but because it finally understands there's nowhere left to go. And when the searching ends, you realize something extraordinary. Nothing has changed, yet everything feels new. The world still moves, people still come and go, but you see it all differently. Life is no longer something happening to you, it is happening as you. The separation between you and life disappears. You are not watching the flow anymore, you are the flow. When you stop searching, you realize that even the spiritual path was part of the game. Every step, every teaching, every prayer, every fall and rise was never about getting somewhere. It was about wearing down the illusion that there was somewhere to get. The search was necessary until it wasn't. It carved humility into your heart. It burned away arrogance. It broke you open enough to receive the truth. The path was not wasted. It was the dance that led you to stillness. Now, there is nowhere to go and nothing to reach, and yet life continues to unfold in infinite beauty. You act without trying, love without needing, live without fearing. You exist as the space in which everything comes and goes, untouched, unbothered, at peace. This is what it means to finally stop searching. It's not the end of effort, it's the end of struggle. It's not the death of desire, it's the death of confusion. It's not the end of life, it's the beginning of living fully, here and now. So rest. Stop chasing what was never missing. Stop demanding life to explain itself. Stop measuring your worth by how much you understand. You don't need to have all the answers to live in peace. You only need to stop running from the silence that holds them. Breathe. Let everything be. Let joy and sorrow pass through you like wind through the trees. Let people come and go as they must. Let the future unfold without your interference. Let the mind rest from its endless questions. And then, in the stillness that follows, you will hear it, the soft hum of life itself, saying, "You were never lost. You were never behind. You were never broken. You were always home." And in that moment, that eternal, wordless moment, the search ends, the seeker dissolves, and all that remains is what has always been, the peace that was never gone, only forgotten. 16. When you become the flow, living as life itself, there comes a stage on the path, subtle, quiet, and almost imperceptible, where you no longer speak about flowing with life, because the sense of separation has dissolved. You no longer say, "I am trying to let go," because the one who was trying has vanished. You no longer ask, "How do I surrender?" because surrender is no longer an act, it is your nature. You are not the one allowing life to happen, you are the happening itself. The river and the swimmer have become one. The breath and the breather are inseparable. You have stopped standing on the shore, watching life move. You have merged into the current. This state doesn't arrive with fireworks or enlightenment ceremonies. It often comes in stillness after years of trying to control, years of chasing purpose, years of seeking meaning in everything. When your mind finally exhausts itself, when your heart stops arguing with reality, when you release even the need to heal, a great silence descends, not empty, but full. In that silence, you begin to experience something beyond words. You begin to live as life itself. Most people live believing they are separate from life. They speak of my life as if it were an object they owned, a personal story they must manage, improve, and defend. They measure their worth by progress, by how well they can direct their own existence. But the truth, the one the Buddha, Lao Tzu, and countless awakened beings have tried to express, is that you were never separate from life to begin with. The you who thinks it's steering the ship is just a wave in the ocean imagining it's independent of the sea. You were born not as a separate self, but as a movement of existence, a rhythm, a vibration, a pulse within a boundless whole. The trees, the rain, the stars, the wind, they are not around you. They are you, expressing themselves in infinite forms. The more you cling to the illusion of separateness, the more you feel lost, anxious, and disconnected. But when you drop the illusion and see clearly, you realize you've never been apart. You realize that every breath is the universe breathing through you. Every heartbeat is the echo of creation itself, saying, I am here. To live as life means to stop interpreting everything through the lens of me. The ego's constant question, what does this mean for me, dissolves. You stop filtering reality through the stories of success and failure, gain and loss. Instead, you begin to see everything as movement, rising, falling, transforming without resistance or ownership. A flower blooms and withers, and you do not call it a tragedy. You see it as beauty expressing itself through change. When joy comes, you feel it deeply, but without fear of losing it. When sorrow comes, you allow it to flow without needing to escape. You stop labeling experiences as good or bad, they simply are. That's what it means to become the flow, to live without dividing life into fragments. You no longer cling to pleasure or run from pain. You let both wash through you as waves through the ocean. You stop grasping at permanence because you finally understand that impermanence is not the enemy of peace, it is its foundation. Everything changes precisely because life is alive. If it did not change, it would be dead. The more you resist change, the more you suffer. The more you welcome it, the more alive you feel. When you become the flow, you no longer feel the need to control time. You stop living as if the past defines you or the future will save you. You understand that time is not something linear. It's a dimension of experience unfolding in the eternal now. You are not moving through time. Time is moving through you. The present moment is not something small between two infinities. It is infinity, vast, alive, endless. You begin to experience each moment fully without rushing toward the next. Eating, walking, listening, all become sacred acts. You stop multitasking your way through life and start inhabiting it. You realize that presence is not something to practice. It's what remains when the noise of distraction fades. Even the simplest actions, washing your hands, watching the sun set, breathing, become gateways into the infinite. The sacred reveals itself in the ordinary because, for the first time, you are truly there. To live this way is to live without tension. The energy that once went into resisting life now becomes creativity, clarity, compassion. You no longer wake up with the weight of the world pressing on your chest. You wake up as the world itself, breathing, unfolding, expanding. You no longer see yourself as a fragile being trying to survive in a hostile universe. You see yourself as the universe exploring itself in human form. The mountains, the rivers, the wind, they are your body. The stars are your ancestors. The silence between heartbeats is your home. This doesn't mean you never feel pain. Pain still visits, but suffering, the mental resistance to pain, fades. When loss happens, you grieve deeply, but without despair. You understand that what has left has only changed form. The energy of love never dies. It simply transforms, circulates, finds new expressions. You stop clinging to people, places, and moments because you understand that nothing real can ever be lost. The body of love is infinite. It appears and disappears, but the essence remains. As you become life itself, the concept of purpose transforms. You stop asking, "What am I meant to do?" and begin living from a deeper knowing. Whatever I am doing, that is my purpose in this moment. You understand that purpose is not a destination. It's the quality of presence you bring to everything. A teacher watering plants, a child drawing in the dirt, a monk sweeping the floor, each is fulfilling life's purpose perfectly when done with awareness. The ego wants a grand mission. Life wants authenticity. The ego wants recognition. Life wants expression. The ego asks, "How can I make my life meaningful?" Life whispers, "You already are meaning itself." When you let go of the obsession with destiny, destiny begins to move through you. Every encounter, every event becomes sacred choreography. You stop chasing the big thing and realize that the big thing has always been here in the smallest gestures, in the quietest moments, in the stillness of simply being. The mind resists this truth because it loves control. It wants to own the flow, define it, analyze it. But you cannot possess the infinite. You can only merge with it. The more you try to explain life, the further you move from living it. The more you try to define God, the further you move from experiencing the divine. The more you cling to certainty, the more fragile you become. When you let go of needing to know, life reveals itself in its purest form, not as a concept to be understood, but as a presence to be felt. Living as life means you stop separating the spiritual from the ordinary. You no longer treat meditation as something special or sacred time as something rare. Every moment becomes meditation. Every breath is prayer. The divine ceases to be a distant presence. It is everywhere, in everyone, in everything. Washing your hands becomes as holy as chanting mantras. Sitting in silence becomes as divine as kneeling in a temple. You begin to see that there is nowhere life is not. When you are the flow, love ceases to be an emotion and becomes your natural state. You no longer love because of conditions. You love because you can't not love. It's as if your heart has become the sun. It doesn't choose where to shine. It simply radiates. You love those who hurt you, not because you approve of their actions, but because you see their suffering beneath the surface. You love strangers because you recognize yourself in them. You love even the moments of pain because they, too, are part of this vast dance. This love has no object. It is not directed toward anything. It is everything. It is the quiet compassion that arises naturally when all separation dissolves. You don't need to practice kindness. It becomes your essence. You don't need to forgive. There's nothing left to forgive, because you see that no one has ever truly harmed you, only consciousness playing different roles in its own unfolding. As this realization deepens, fear loses its foundation. Fear depends on separation, on the belief that I am here and danger is out there. But when there is no out there, fear becomes irrelevant. You move through life with a quiet courage, not because you are fearless, but because you have seen there is nothing to defend. You are not trying to preserve an identity anymore. You are not clinging to permanence. You are the sky, not the passing clouds. You are the ocean, not the waves. When you remember that, every experience becomes sacred, every challenge becomes growth, every loss becomes transformation. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and begin whispering, "This too is me." You stop asking, "How do I get through this?" and start realizing, there is no getting through, there is only experiencing. The mind always wants to escape. Awareness only wants to embrace. When you live as awareness, everything, joy, sorrow, noise, silence becomes holy. You no longer try to change life. You let life change you. Even death, once feared as the ultimate loss, becomes part of the dance. When you become life itself, you see that death is not an ending, it's a transformation. The body dissolves, the personality fades, but the essence, the awareness that is reading these words, remains untouched. The same energy that animates the stars and trees continues to move through new forms. When you live as life, death is no longer an enemy, it's simply another rhythm in the eternal song. In this understanding, you stop clinging to longevity and start valuing presence. You realize it's not how long you live, but how deeply you live that matters. One breath lived fully, consciously, lovingly, is worth more than a lifetime lived in fear and resistance. You begin to see that each breath, this very one, is a miracle of existence. You no longer waste your energy chasing immortality because you understand you already are immortal, just not in the way the mind imagines. The final evolution of awakening is not about reaching the peak of consciousness, it's about dissolving into simplicity. You stop trying to be spiritual wise, or awakened. You stop performing peace. You become ordinary again, profoundly, beautifully ordinary. You eat, walk, laugh, cry, work, rest, but everything you do carries the fragrance of awareness. You don't need to announce your freedom. You live it silently. You don't seek followers or recognition. You move like the wind, invisible but felt. Your presence becomes healing without effort. You bring calm wherever you go, not because you try, but because you no longer carry the storm within you. You listen deeply, love quietly, and live truthfully. You become like water, soft yet powerful, gentle yet unstoppable, humble yet essential. This is the paradox of the awakened state. The more you dissolve, the more alive you feel. The more you release, the more abundance flows toward you. The more you let go of control, the more everything aligns effortlessly. Life begins to take care of itself through you, as you. You no longer manifest reality. You realize you are reality manifesting itself in this form for this brief, miraculous moment. And so, when you have become the flow, words like trust, let go, and surrender fade from your vocabulary, not because they aren't true, but because they're no longer necessary. You no longer need to remind yourself to trust life, because you see that you are life. You no longer need to surrender, because there is nothing left to surrender to the river and the drop are one. You no longer need to let go, because you have realized there was never anything to hold on to. You live in perfect harmony with what is. You act without hesitation, rest without guilt, love without fear. You no longer see enlightenment as a goal or peace as a reward. You understand that the journey was never about becoming something, it was about remembering what you already are. And when you rest in that remembrance, you finally understand what every teacher, every mystic, every scripture has been pointing to all along, that there is no seeker, no path, no destination, only life, unfolding as you, right now. So, breathe deeply. Look around. Feel the pulse of life in your veins, the wind on your skin, the quiet rhythm of existence moving through everything. That is you. You don't have to chase it. You don't have to deserve it. You only have to remember. When you stop trying to live your life and start realizing you are life, vast, eternal, unbound, the search ends, the struggle ends, and peace ceases to be a concept. It becomes your nature, and in that sacred stillness, beyond striving, beyond effort, beyond even surrender, you smile not because you've found something new, but because you've finally remembered something ancient. You are the flow. You always were. Everything else was just the dream of forgetting. 17. The still point of everything when you realize you were never separate. There is a moment often so still you almost miss it, when you stop reaching for peace and discover that peace has been holding you the entire time. It happens not through effort, not through meditation techniques, not through mastery or discipline, but through exhaustion, a deep inner surrender, when the seeking mind finally bows down and whispers, "I don't know anymore." It's in that humility that something extraordinary awakens, a silent awareness that has been here all along, watching, waiting, timeless. You realize, in an instant that feels eternal, you were never separate from life. You were never outside the flow. You were never anything but the stillness behind it all. You have spent most of your existence searching. You searched for happiness, for meaning, for purpose. You sought love in people, success in goals, peace in philosophies. You reached upward through prayer, inward through meditation, outward through ambition. And yet, no matter where you looked, something always felt incomplete. That subtle ache, that constant whisper that something was missing, it followed you everywhere. You thought you were chasing happiness, but what you were really chasing was reunion, a return to your natural state, to the peace that was never lost. You were like a wave trying to find the ocean, unaware it was water all along. You were like the sky searching for air, or the light trying to touch itself. The search was noble, but it was also the veil, for everything you were trying to reach was already here, hidden behind the noise of striving. And when you finally stop, truly stop, it's as if the universe exhales through you. The noise quiets, the tension softens, and life suddenly feels simple again. You realize that nothing was missing except your awareness of this moment. Buddha said, "There is no path to peace. Peace is the path." He was pointing to this very truth, that the moment you stop treating peace as a goal and start recognizing it as your nature, it unfolds effortlessly. You don't have to manufacture it. You don't even have to deserve it. Peace doesn't come because you've earned it. It comes because you've stopped standing in its way. The mind, however, is terrified of stillness. It thrives on control and movement. It constantly whispers, "What's next? What if? What now?" It defines itself by problems, because without problems, it has no purpose. That's why even when life becomes peaceful, the mind invents something to worry about. It's afraid of disappearing. But when you stop feeding it, when you stop clinging to every thought, emotion, or identity, the mind grows quiet. And in that quiet, you discover something the mind can never give you, the still point within you that never moves, never ages, never fears, and never dies. This still point is not an idea. It's not an emotion. It's not even an experience. It's what remains when all experiences pass. It's the awareness that watched you as a child, that watched you fall in love, that watched your triumphs and heartbreaks, and is watching you now as you read these words. It has never changed, never left, never wavered. It was here before your first thought and will remain after your last breath. When you start to live from this awareness, life stops being a storm to survive and becomes an ocean to float upon. The ups and downs still come, but you no longer drown in them. The emotions still arise, but they pass through like waves on the surface. Beneath it all, you remain still a vast, silent witness, untouched by the movement above. This is not detachment, it is intimacy. You don't withdraw from life, you become fully present with it. You feel everything more deeply, the laughter, the sorrow, the tenderness, but nothing sticks, nothing binds. You move through existence with grace, like the wind passing through an open field. At first, this realization feels fragile. You might touch it for a moment in meditation or silence, and then lose it again in daily life. The mind rushes back, insisting that peace is gone. But peace never goes anywhere. Only attention does. The still point is always here, even when chaos surrounds you. The practice is not to find it, but to remember it again and again until remembrance becomes natural. Slowly, something shifts inside you. You stop fighting every moment. You stop demanding explanations from the universe. You stop trying to force life into neat, understandable patterns. You begin to see that everything, even the confusion, is part of the dance. You realize that the need to understand why things happen was just another way of resisting that they happen. When you drop the question, "Why me?" and simply whisper, "Yes," peace floods in. The power of yes is profound. It doesn't mean agreement or submission. It means trust. It means you've stopped dividing the world into right and wrong, gain and loss, good and bad. You've stopped arguing with the way things are. You've begun to flow with life instead of against it. When you live from this still point, control no longer defines you. You don't have to micromanage existence. You trust that life, in its infinite intelligence, is self-balancing. You stop fearing change because you see that change is not destruction, it's renewal. Every ending carries the seed of a new beginning, just as every sunset prepares the way for dawn. You see that impermanence is not cruelty, it's compassion. It teaches you to cherish what you have and to release it when it's time. To live this way is to live freely, to move lightly through the world without clinging. You stop needing to possess beauty to appreciate it. You stop needing guarantees to feel safe. You stop needing others to validate you to feel worthy. Because the source of all fulfillment, the stillness within, never leaves you. The peace that once depended on conditions now exists, regardless of them. It's not peace because it's peace, period. This is why the great masters could sit calmly amid chaos, why the enlightened could smile even in pain. They were not avoiding suffering, they had simply stopped identifying with it. They knew that all forms, pleasure and pain, creation and destruction, were waves of the same sea. They didn't cling to the highs or resist the lows because both belonged equally to life. They had seen through the illusion of opposites and recognized that everything is a single movement of the infinite. To realize this is to live in harmony with everything, the sunlight and the storm, the silence and the noise, the birth and the death. You begin to feel gratitude even for the things that once hurt you, because you see they were shaping you into awareness itself. The losses that once shattered you now appear as teachers. The failures that once humiliated you now look like guidance. Life has always been on your side, it just had to break your illusions to show you. When you awaken to this, compassion blooms naturally. You stop seeing others as enemies or obstacles and begin to see them as mirrors, reflections of the same consciousness, wearing different faces. You realize that everyone is doing their best to awaken, even when they stumble in ignorance. You no longer judge their mistakes harshly because you see that you've walked those same paths of confusion before. Compassion replaces condemnation, and love replaces fear. You begin to serve others not out of duty or superiority, but because helping them feels as natural as breathing. You no longer need applause or recognition. The joy of giving becomes its own reward. You love because love is what you are. You forgive because you no longer carry the illusion of separation. You understand that in hurting others, you would only be hurting yourself. The world doesn't instantly change when you awaken, but your perception of it does. The same events unfold, but you move through them differently. You don't shrink from discomfort or chase after pleasure. You live like water, adaptable, patient, unresisting. And just like water, you wear down the hardest stones not by force, but by persistence and softness. Even the question of enlightenment itself fades. You no longer ask, "Am I awakened?" because you realize the one asking the question was never real. Awakening is not something that happens to you, it's what happens when you disappear. When the idea of me dissolves, what's left is life itself, vast, silent, perfect. The seeker was the veil. The finding was the removal of that veil. This understanding brings unimaginable peace. You no longer need to achieve anything. You no longer need to become anyone. You are free not in the sense of doing whatever you want, but in the sense that the constant wanting has ended. You are content in the only place you can ever be content now. You stop chasing future versions of yourself and start living the fullness of this moment. The ego always says, "When I arrive, I'll rest." Awareness whispers, "Rest now, and you'll realize you've already arrived." To live from this place doesn't mean your human life stops. You still work, love, create, laugh, cry. You still make plans, though you're no longer enslaved by them. You still feel emotions, though they pass more freely. What changes is the center of gravity. You no longer live from reaction, you live from presence. You no longer fight what happens, you dance with it. You no longer see yourself as the doer, you see yourself as the instrument through which the universe plays its song. You become simple again, childlike. You marvel at small things. You cry easily, laugh easily, forgive easily. You stop pretending to be strong all the time because you see that vulnerability is strength, the openness that allows love to move through you. You stop chasing intensity because you discover depth. You stop striving to be extraordinary because you realize that being fully ordinary, fully human, is the highest expression of the divine. And then something beautiful begins to happen. Life starts to take care of itself through you. The people, opportunities, and experiences that align with your energy begin to flow naturally. You no longer chase what isn't meant for you. It drifts away without resistance. You no longer fear missing out, because you trust that what's meant for you cannot pass you by. You live with ease, not because everything is perfect, but because you've stopped needing it to be. Synchronicities increase. You notice patterns, connections, invisible threads weaving everything together. You realize that every encounter, even the brief ones, carries meaning. You begin to feel guided, not by signs or voices, but by a quiet intuition that always knows where to go next. You stop seeking the path because you realize you are the path, every step, every breath, every heartbeat. Eventually, you reach the deepest truth of all: there was never anything to reach. The destination you've been walking toward has been walking with you the whole time. The divine was not waiting at the end of your journey, it was the journey itself. The still point within you, the awareness that never moves, was the very peace you sought in all things. When this truth settles into your being, the search ends completely. You may still read books, listen to teachers, meditate, but not to get somewhere. You do them out of love, out of joy, out of gratitude for this human experience. You live without striving, and paradoxically, everything you once sought begins to unfold naturally. The less you chase peace, the more peace surrounds you. The less you chase love, the more love appears. The less you chase meaning, the more meaningful everything becomes. You have become the still point in the center of life's turning wheel, unmoving, untouched, unbreakable. In this realization, you understand what all the mystics meant when they said, "Be still and know." To know here doesn't mean to think or understand, it means to be. When you rest as stillness, the knowing is wordless. You don't know life, you are life. You don't see God, you are the seeing through which God perceives the world. You don't chase truth, you rest as truth itself. And from this stillness, compassion flows naturally, creativity flows naturally, wisdom flows naturally. There is no effort because you have aligned with the effortless, the eternal pulse of existence. You have returned home, not to a place, but to yourself, the self that is not confined by name or form, the self that was never born and will never die. So let this understanding sink deep into your being. You don't have to reach enlightenment. You don't have to become still. You don't have to let go of anything. Simply stop interfering. Let life move as it always has. Let joy and sorrow come and go like waves. Let your story unfold as it must. You are the witness, the awareness, the still point of everything. You were never broken. You were never behind. You were never separate from peace. You only forgot. Now remember, not with thought, but with presence. Be still. Feel the breath move through you, the heartbeat within you, the life around you. That's it. That's the whole teaching. You are not trying to live life, you are life, and life is already living itself perfectly through you. When you see this clearly, not intellectually, but with the quiet knowing of the heart, you finally smile the smile of one who has arrived without ever having gone anywhere. You realize that the still point you sought was never hidden, never distant, never lost. It was you. It has always been you, and it will always be you. Infinite, silent, free. 18. The moment you stop resisting, the universe starts moving through you. There is a quiet, sacred turning point in every seeker's life, when the struggle begins to dissolve, when the need to fix, control, and force everything starts to crumble under its own weight. It's not an event you can plan or predict. It happens naturally, often after exhaustion, after countless attempts to bend life to your will. One day, you simply stop fighting the flow. You stop resisting what is. You exhale, maybe for the first time in your life, and realize that nothing was ever against you. You were only against yourself, against the unfolding of reality as it was meant to be. That moment of surrender is not weakness, it's awakening. It's the end of the illusion that you were ever separate from the infinite current of life that has been guiding you all along. You finally understand what Buddha meant when he said, "Pain is inevitable. Suffering is optional." The pain of life, loss, change, impermanence is part of being alive. But suffering arises only when we resist it. Resistance is the root of every ache in the human spirit. The moment you stop resisting, you stop suffering. You begin to move in harmony with everything, as if the entire universe starts breathing through you. For years, maybe decades, you've been taught to fight, to push against anything uncomfortable, to resist pain, to fear uncertainty. You've been told that control equals safety, that success means domination, that strength means defiance. But in truth, resistance is the opposite of strength. It's a form of fear, fear of losing control, fear of change, fear of not being enough. When you resist life, you're like someone trying to hold back the ocean with your hands. The waves keep coming, but the more you struggle, the more you exhaust yourself. Life, like water, is not meant to be resisted, it's meant to be moved with. The river doesn't fight the rocks in its path. It flows around them. It adapts. It bends. It continues. And because it doesn't resist, it always reaches the sea. The same is true for you. The moment you stop fighting what is the past, the people, the outcomes, the things you cannot change, something profound happens. Life begins to carry you instead of crush you. This shift doesn't mean passivity. It doesn't mean giving up or ignoring injustice. True surrender isn't apathy, it's alignment. It's not, "I don't care," it's, "I trust." When you stop resisting, you stop fighting against reality and start working with it. You learn to respond instead of react, to listen instead of control, to accept instead of demand. You start to see that the universe is not chaotic or cruel, it's intelligent, deliberate, and deeply compassionate. Every detour you once cursed reveals itself as redirection. Every ending you feared turns into transformation. Every silence you thought was abandonment was simply space for something greater to emerge. When you live without resistance, even pain becomes sacred. You begin to see that pain was never punishment, it was purification. It was life, carving away everything false, everything that kept you from truth. Pain forces you to stop pretending. It strips away illusions until you are naked in your own soul, real, vulnerable, free. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start whispering, "What is this trying to teach me?" The human tendency to resist is born from misunderstanding. We think we are separate small selves in a vast, indifferent world. So we cling, we protect, we control. But the moment you realize you are the universe, not apart from it, but a living expression of it, the battle ends. The need to control disappears because you understand that life is not happening to you, it's happening through you. You are not the storm, you are the sky in which the storm appears. Every emotion, every event, every thought, they all come and go like clouds. When you resist them, you give them power. But when you allow them to pass, they dissolve. The anger, the fear, the sadness, they are not your enemies. They are movements of energy seeking release. If you resist them, they grow stronger. If you accept them, they free you. Acceptance is the doorway through which suffering leaves and wisdom enters. Imagine your life as a vast river flowing through valleys and over stones. When you resist, you cling to the bank, trying to stop the current. You exhaust yourself, bruised by the struggle. But when you let go and allow yourself to float, the river carries you effortlessly. You may not know where it's taking you, but you trust that it knows. You surrender not because you are weak, but because you have realized that fighting reality is the only true weakness. The Buddha's teaching of non-resistance is often misunderstood. It doesn't mean you don't take action. It means your action arises from awareness, not fear. You still move, but you move with grace. You still strive, but your striving is peaceful. You still speak, but your words are kind. You still face difficulty, but your heart remains unshaken. You become like bamboo, flexible in the storm, yet unbreakable. This is why stillness feels so powerful, because it is not the absence of life, it's the presence of alignment. Stillness doesn't mean nothing is happening. It means you are no longer fighting the happening. You begin to live from the center, not the surface. You realize that peace is not found by changing circumstances, but by changing your relationship with them. When things go wrong, the ordinary mind says, "This shouldn't be happening." The awakened mind says, "This is what's happening now. How can I move wisely with it?" That small shift changes everything. Resistance says, "No." Awareness says, "Yes." Resistance creates tension. Awareness creates flow. The more you accept life as it is, the more it begins to cooperate with you. Opportunities appear, clarity unfolds, healing deepens, not because you forced them, but because you stopped blocking them. Life responds to openness, the way sunlight responds to clear water, naturally, effortlessly, beautifully. Every time you resist something, a person, a feeling, a situation, you create inner friction. That friction is suffering. When you say, "This shouldn't be," you create a split between reality and your expectation. The greater the gap, the greater the suffering. But when you say, "This is what is," that gap closes. The mind relaxes. You stop fighting what's already true, and in that moment, peace floods in. The irony is that the very things you fear, facing pain, uncertainty, loss, lose their power when you stop resisting them. Fear feeds on avoidance. When you turn toward it with awareness, it dissolves. You realize that fear was never real. It was only the shadow of resistance. Non-resistance also teaches you humility. You begin to see that you are not the author of every moment, but a participant in something infinitely larger. You stop demanding that life bend to your will and start bending with it. You no longer say, "This must not happen," or "That must happen." Instead, you live with openness, allowing life to surprise you. And life does surprise you with grace, with miracles, with timing so perfect that it humbles you to tears. The thing you once begged for arrives only when you stop chasing it. The answer you once sought appears when you stop asking the wrong questions. The peace you once prayed for blossoms when you stop trying to earn it. It was never missing. It was simply waiting for you to stop running. When you stop resisting, relationships change too. You no longer demand others to fulfill your expectations. You stop trying to control their behavior or their love. You let them be as they are, and paradoxically, that's when real connection begins. Love without resistance is love without fear. It doesn't cling or chase. It flows freely. It doesn't need promises. It trusts presence. You love because it feels natural, not because you need something in return. This same love begins to extend to yourself. You stop resisting your own imperfections. You stop demanding perfection from a human life that was never meant to be flawless. You begin to forgive yourself, not because you've become someone better, but because you finally understand you were never unworthy to begin with. The resistance that kept you chained to guilt and shame melts away. You breathe again, lighter, freer, whole. Over time, you start to see that resistance is the only thing that ever separated you from enlightenment. Life was always happening perfectly. Only your mind disagreed. Life was always carrying you exactly where you needed to be. Only your ego wanted to go elsewhere. The river never stopped flowing. You just stopped trusting it. Once you truly stop resisting, you begin to sense the rhythm of existence, the same pulse that moves the stars, the tides, and the seasons. You feel the intelligence behind everything, not as belief, but as direct experience. You notice how every event, even those that once seemed meaningless, fits perfectly into the mosaic of your growth. You see that life is not random, it's precise. It has been sculpting you with every joy and every wound, polishing your rough edges into clarity. When you live without resistance, time itself feels different. You stop rushing through life, desperate to get somewhere. You stop fearing the future and regretting the past. You become deeply anchored in the now, not because you're trying to, but because resistance was the only thing pulling you away from it. The present moment, once overlooked, becomes infinite. It feels alive, radiant, complete. In that timeless awareness, gratitude arises naturally. You start thanking life for everything, even for the moments that once broke you. Because now you see, those were the moments that woke you. They were not punishments but awakenings, not misfortunes but initiations. Every heartbreak, every loss, every disappointment, they were carving space within you for something greater, peace. Eventually, the concept of letting go even disappears, because you realize you were never holding anything, you were only clinging to illusions. There is nothing to let go of once you see there was never anything separate to hold. You laugh softly, joyfully at the cosmic joke of it all. The very thing you were running from was the thing you were made of. The universe you feared was the home you never left. You stop saying "my life," because you realize there is only life, moving as you, through you, within you. You stop trying to live it and simply allow it to live itself. You become the quiet space in which all things arise and pass: thoughts, emotions, experiences. You are not in the river anymore. You are the river. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the ocean, looking at itself through a drop. When you live this way, everything becomes effortless. Not because life becomes easy, but because resistance, the only true burden, has fallen away. Even challenges feel lighter because you no longer fight them. Even uncertainty feels peaceful because you trust the unfolding. You move through each day not with anxiety, but with reverence. You wake up with gratitude instead of dread. You sleep with trust instead of worry. You stop asking life for guarantees and start giving life your presence. You stop trying to predict the next chapter and start savoring the one you're in. You no longer measure your progress by achievements, but by how deeply you can remain at peace in the face of change. This is the true meaning of freedom, not the absence of obstacles, but the absence of resistance to them. And so, as you breathe right now, take this truth deeply into your heart. You don't have to force life anymore. You don't have to fight, prove, or control. You only have to stop resisting. Let go of your grip. Let the river carry you. Trust that it knows where it's going, even if you don't. Because when you stop resisting, you'll discover something miraculous. The universe has always been on your side. Every fall was grace. Every delay was protection. Every silence was preparation. You'll see that life was never against you. It was only waiting for you to stop being against it. And when that happens, when resistance finally dissolves, you won't just live in peace. You'll become peace. You'll walk through the world not as someone chasing harmony, but as harmony itself, effortless, flowing, infinite. That is when the universe truly begins to move through you, not as something separate, but as its own reflection, finally awake within itself. 19. When you stop controlling, life starts creating through you. There comes a moment, quiet yet life-altering, when you finally stop trying to control everything, when the endless effort to manage outcomes, people, and possibilities collapses beneath its own weight. You've spent years thinking control would protect you, that if you could just plan enough, predict enough, and prepare enough, you could finally rest. But the paradox is this: the more you tried to control life, the further peace slipped away. It's like trying to grasp water with a closed fist. The tighter you squeeze, the less you hold. Only when the hand opens does the river begin to fill it. This lesson doesn't come easily. Control is rooted deep within the human mind, born from fear, fear of uncertainty, fear of failure, fear of loss. From childhood, you were taught to measure your worth by your ability to make things happen, to win, to succeed, to fix. But life, in its infinite wisdom, eventually shows you that you were never the one steering the ship. You were the ocean pretending to be the sailor. You were the wave, thinking it moved independently of the tide. The illusion of control begins to crumble the moment you realize that even your heartbeat and breath, the most fundamental parts of your being, are not controlled by you. They arise and fade on their own, guided by a force far greater than your conscious will. At first, this realization feels frightening. The mind protests, "If I stop controlling, everything will fall apart." But the truth is, everything was always being held together, just not by you. You can't control the weather, the economy, the behavior of others, or even the next thought that enters your mind. And yet, somehow, the planets move, the seasons change, the body heals, the heart keeps beating. Life doesn't need your supervision, it needs your trust. When you finally stop controlling, something miraculous happens. Instead of collapsing into chaos, life begins to move more harmoniously than ever before. The events you once tried to manipulate unfold naturally. The people who are meant to be with you stay. Those who aren't drift away. Opportunities that once seemed unreachable appear effortlessly. Synchronicities, those coincidences that make no logical sense, become a daily occurrence. Why? Because you've stopped interfering with the natural intelligence that was always trying to guide you. Control comes from the ego, the false self that believes it's separate from life. The ego wants guarantees. Awareness lives by trust. The ego says, "I must make this happen." Awareness whispers, "Let it happen." The ego resists what is. Awareness moves with it. When you live from the ego, every moment feels like a battle, an exhausting attempt to bend reality to your expectations. But when you live from awareness, life becomes a dance. You don't lead anymore, you follow the rhythm. The Buddha taught, attachment is the root of suffering. And what is control, if not the ultimate form of attachment? You attach to outcomes, identities, and timelines. You believe that happiness depends on things going a certain way, but the moment you release that attachment, when you say, "Let this unfold as it must," peace flows in. It's not resignation, it's alignment. You stop being the actor trying to rewrite the script and become the awareness watching the play. The more you trust the flow, the more the story unfolds beautifully on its own. Think about all the times you tried to force life. The relationship you begged to last, the opportunity you chased even when it drained you, the plan you clung to long after it had lost meaning. Every one of those experiences eventually showed you that control doesn't lead to safety, it leads to suffering. The things meant for you never required you to grasp them so tightly, and the things not meant for you always slipped away, no matter how much effort you poured in. When you look back, you can see it clearly, how every failure was protection, how every detour was redirection, how every closed door was mercy disguised as disappointment. Life has always been moving you toward alignment, even when it didn't feel like it. The problem wasn't that life didn't have a plan, it was that your need for control blinded you to it. When you stop controlling, you stop resisting uncertainty, and that's when real peace begins. Uncertainty is not the enemy, it's the canvas on which all creation is painted. Without uncertainty, there is no possibility. Every great discovery, every work of art, every love story began with a leap into the unknown. Control tries to eliminate uncertainty, but in doing so, it eliminates growth. You can't evolve if everything is predictable. You can't awaken if everything stays the same. The Buddhists call it Shoshin, the beginner's mind. It means meeting each moment without the arrogance of knowing, without pre-deciding how things should be. When you live with beginner's mind, you stop seeing life as a problem to solve and start seeing it as a mystery to explore. You stop judging experiences as good or bad and start asking, what is this moment trying to show me? That shift transforms control into curiosity, resistance into reverence. To truly surrender control, you must first understand what control really is. Fear disguised as responsibility. It's the fear that if you don't hold everything together, it will all collapse. But life is not as fragile as you think. It doesn't fall apart when you let go. It falls into place. Imagine a bird flying across the sky. It doesn't need to control the wind to stay aloft. It doesn't demand that the air move a certain way. It adjusts, responds, trusts its wings, and rides the current. That's how you were meant to live, not by forcing the wind, but by learning how to move with it. You might ask, if I stop controlling, won't I lose my direction? Won't I become passive? No. Surrender doesn't mean inaction. It means inspired action. When you stop controlling, you don't stop living, you start listening. You stop chasing your mind's noise and begin hearing life's quiet guidance. Decisions no longer come from anxiety, but from alignment. You stop acting out of fear and start moving from intuition. Life begins to speak to you in subtle ways through feelings, synchronicities, dreams, and silence. You notice gentle nudges, small signs, intuitive whispers that guide you toward what's meant for you. The path ahead may not be fully visible, but the next step always is. And when you take that step in faith, the next one appears, and the next after that. That's how trust works, not all at once, but moment by moment. When you stop controlling, you also release the exhausting need to be perfect. Control feeds on perfectionism, the illusion that if you do everything right, nothing will go wrong. But perfection is not the path to peace. It's the prison of the ego. Life is beautifully imperfect by design. The cracks, the pauses, the mistakes, they are what allow light to enter. When you stop demanding perfection from yourself, you discover authenticity. You realize that your flaws were never flaws. They were fingerprints of your uniqueness. Perfectionism keeps you stuck in fear, fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of being seen as not enough. But the truth is, life doesn't require you to be flawless. It asks you to be real. To be fully alive is to be open to both success and failure, joy and sorrow. The need to control outcomes prevents you from experiencing the full spectrum of existence. When you release control, you allow life to express itself through you in its raw, unfiltered beauty. This surrender also brings healing. Many people carry deep wounds because they tried to control the uncontrollable, the past, other people, their emotions. But control only delays healing because it blocks acceptance. The moment you stop trying to rewrite what has already happened, you begin to heal. The pain that once felt unbearable softens because you stop resisting it. You allow yourself to feel it fully, to breathe through it, to let it move through you instead of imprisoning it. Healing isn't about fixing yourself. It's about releasing the illusion that you were ever broken. The mind says, I'll heal when I control the pain. The soul whispers, you'll heal when you stop trying to. When you stop controlling, relationships transform as well. You stop trying to mold others into your image of who they should be. You stop measuring love by how well it meets your conditions. You begin to allow others the same freedom you give yourself. This doesn't mean you accept mistreatment. It means you stop confusing control with connection. Real love flows from freedom, not from fear. When you no longer need to possess someone to feel safe, you finally experience love in its purest form, unconditional, unattached, alive. Even your relationship with life itself becomes softer. You no longer demand constant happiness. You embrace the full range of human emotion. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and begin whispering, "This too belongs." Every experience becomes sacred. Every challenge becomes growth. Every loss becomes transformation. As control fades, humility arises. You start to see the vastness of life and your small yet precious place within it. You realize that the same intelligence guiding the stars is guiding you. You are not here to command the universe. You are here to collaborate with it. This humility doesn't make you weak. It makes you free. You no longer carry the burden of being the one responsible for holding everything together. You trust that life is self-sustaining, self-healing, self-balancing. You simply play your part with awareness and grace. In this freedom, creativity flourishes. Control kills creativity because it confines life to rigid expectations. When you let go, inspiration returns. Ideas flow effortlessly. Solutions appear from nowhere. You become a channel rather than a commander. Life starts creating through you instead of against you. The painter doesn't control the brush. The painting paints itself. The musician doesn't control the melody. The song flows through her. Likewise, the awakened person doesn't control life. Life expresses itself through their openness. The more you release control, the more you realize how much energy you wasted on resistance. Worry, anxiety, overthinking, they were all forms of control. They didn't change the future, they only drained the present. Once you surrender, that energy returns to you not as tension, but as vitality. You begin to feel lighter, more alive, more spontaneous. You rediscover joy in simple things, in breathing, walking, watching the sunrise. The small moments you once overlooked become your greatest teachers. You start trusting timing. You understand that delays are not denials, that silence is not absence. You see that everything unfolds at the speed of divine wisdom, not human impatience. You stop forcing open doors that are meant to stay closed. You stop chasing things that drain your soul. You start flowing toward what feels right instead of what looks right. Even the concept of control loses meaning. You see that you never had it not truly. The only thing you ever controlled was your response to the moment. And when your response becomes acceptance, everything else aligns. Life doesn't demand your control. It asks for your cooperation. The leaf doesn't control the wind. It dances with it. The seed doesn't control the soil. It trusts the darkness until it blooms. That's how your life begins to unfold when you finally let go. You stop trying to be the architect of every outcome and become the witness of divine artistry. You act, but without force. You plan, but without fear. You live, but without tension. Eventually, you reach a place where you laugh softly, freely at how much time you spent trying to control what was never yours to hold. You see that life was never chaos. It was choreography. The same intelligence that makes a rose bloom and a galaxy spin was never confused about your path. It only needed you to stop interrupting. And when you finally stop controlling, you discover something breathtaking. Life is better without your interference. It's richer, deeper, more magical. The people who enter your life feel destined. The opportunities align naturally. The timing feels perfect because now you are no longer fighting the flow. You are the flow. So rest. Let go of the illusion that you must hold everything together. Let go of the belief that life only works when you push. You were never meant to carry this much control, only this much trust. Let life create through you. Let the universe paint its masterpiece with your presence as the canvas. You don't have to plan the whole picture. You only need to let each brushstroke appear. The art was never yours to control. It was yours to become. And when you live like this, free, open, surrendered, you finally understand that peace was never something to achieve. It was what remained when control fell away. Then, without effort, without force, without fear, life starts creating through you, and everything you once chased begins to find you, effortlessly, beautifully, in perfect time. 20. The art of effortless living. When doing nothing changes everything, there comes a stage in your journey, often after years of striving, forcing, and chasing, when a deep, sacred exhaustion sets in. You've done everything the world told you to do, worked harder, thought smarter, planned more carefully, pushed through pain, and still, peace seems to slip just beyond reach. It's not that you've failed, it's that you've reached the end of effort. And it's at this quiet, mysterious edge that a new kind of wisdom begins to emerge. This wisdom doesn't come through effort, it comes through surrender. It whispers a truth that feels almost dangerous to a mind addicted to control. You don't have to keep struggling. You don't have to make life happen. Life is already happening. You only need to stop standing in its way. Effortless living is not about laziness or apathy. It's not about sitting idly, expecting miracles to fall into your lap. It's about aligning your inner state so deeply with the rhythm of life that everything you do begins to flow naturally, without resistance, without fear, without that endless mental noise that says, "I must make this work." The Buddha once said, "If you let go a little, you will have a little peace. If you let go a lot, you will have a lot of peace. If you let go completely, you will know freedom." The art of effortless living begins here, in letting go completely. In a world obsessed with doing, we've forgotten how to be. From the moment we wake up, we're chasing goals, schedules, identities, meaning. We live in constant tension between what is and what we think should be. We've made effort our religion, the belief that everything worthwhile must come through struggle. But life itself doesn't struggle. The seed doesn't strain to sprout. The river doesn't force its flow. The sun doesn't rise by discipline. Life happens through harmony, not through hard control. And yet, we, the most conscious expressions of life, have become disconnected from that natural intelligence. We think we know better. We try to push the river. We try to hurry the sunrise. We try to control outcomes instead of trusting processes. But the more we push, the further we drift from peace. Effortless living is not about abandoning effort. It's about releasing unnatural effort, the kind that comes from fear, from insecurity, from ego. When effort arises from resistance, it drains you. When it arises from alignment, it renews you. Think of a musician deeply lost in the music. Her hands move effortlessly, her eyes closed, her body swaying to a rhythm that seems to play through her rather than from her. There is no tension, no planning, no control, just flow. That is the essence of effortless living, to allow life to play its melody through you without interference. The moment you stop trying to make life happen and start allowing it to unfold, you reconnect with something ancient and divine. The same intelligence that grows trees, spins galaxies, and beats your heart begins to move through your actions. You start feeling guided not because of external signs, but because your inner state becomes quiet enough to hear life's subtle instructions. The mind, of course, rebels against this. It's addicted to effort because effort creates a false sense of control. The mind says, if I'm not doing something, I'm losing. It's terrified of stillness because stillness exposes its illusion that it was never in control at all. This is why true effortless living requires deep trust, not in any particular outcome, but in life itself. Trust that things unfold at the right time. Trust that your intuition will speak when needed. Trust that you are being carried, not lost. The Taoists called this state Wu Wei, action without effort. It doesn't mean inaction, it means flowing action, action that arises naturally from presence instead of panic. It's when you do what needs to be done in this moment, with full attention and zero tension. You stop overthinking the results. You stop calculating the reward. You stop trying to control the consequences. You simply do what life asks of you now, then let go. This kind of living doesn't make you passive, it makes you powerful. Because when your energy is no longer wasted on resistance, it becomes pure, focused, and peaceful. You begin to accomplish more by doing less. Your mind becomes like a clear lake, still, reflective, aware. Creativity rises spontaneously. Solutions appear effortlessly. People sense your calm and are drawn to it. You stop forcing success, and it begins to flow toward you. The paradox is that everything you were trying to achieve through endless effort, peace, fulfillment, love, meaning, begins to arise naturally the moment you stop grasping for it. Because those things were never outside you. They were simply buried beneath your struggle. When you let go of the idea that peace must be earned, you discover it was always your natural state. When you stop chasing happiness, you realize it was waiting quietly for you to stop running. The art of effortless living begins with awareness, with noticing where effort turns into struggle. Pay attention to how your body feels when you're forcing something, the tightness in your chest, the grinding in your jaw, the constant restlessness that's your spirit's way of saying, you're moving against the current. When you're aligned, even effort feels light. When you're forcing, even rest feels heavy. The difference is energy, not activity. Effortless living is not about inactivity. It's about flowing activity. It's the difference between swimming with the tide and against it. Both require movement, but one drains you while the other carries you. So ask yourself gently, am I forcing this, or is this flowing through me? If you have to constantly push, prove, or persuade, maybe life is trying to redirect you. Living effortlessly also means trusting the pauses. In nature, everything follows a rhythm, growth and rest, creation and dissolution, movement and stillness. The tree doesn't bloom all year. The tide doesn't stay high forever. Even stars expand and contract. You, too, are meant to follow the rhythm of life. But the modern world has taught you to resist rest, to see stillness as laziness and silence as wasted time. Yet the most profound transformations happen in the pauses. Seeds germinate in darkness. The body heals in sleep. Insights arise in silence. When you stop forcing constant motion, you give space for life to breathe through you. You stop performing and start receiving. This receptivity is the heart of effortless living. When you're receptive, life begins to guide you, instead of you trying to guide it. You move when you're meant to move, speak when you're meant to speak, act when you're meant to act. Your timing becomes perfect, not because you planned it, but because you're attuned to the flow. Effortless living doesn't mean you never face challenges. It means you no longer turn challenges into suffering. You approach them with the same calm the ocean gives a storm, steady, patient, unafraid. You know that every wave, no matter how violent, eventually returns to stillness. You stop trying to fix everything immediately because you trust that life has its own way of balancing itself. This trust transforms how you respond to uncertainty. You no longer ask, "What if things go wrong?" You ask, "What if everything is unfolding exactly as it should?" The anxiety that once ruled you softens. The mind that once overanalyzed begins to relax. You realize that not knowing is not danger, it's space. Space for new possibilities to arise, for new versions of you to be born. When you stop fearing uncertainty, you start dancing with it. You move through life not as a soldier marching to battle, but as a wave dancing on the sea, rising and falling with grace. This state of flow also changes your relationship with ambition. The ego always wants more success, more recognition, more control. But the soul doesn't crave accumulation, it craves alignment. When you live effortlessly, your ambitions shift from external achievements to inner peace. You no longer chase things to prove your worth. You create because creation feels natural. You don't climb ladders, you grow roots. You don't compete, you contribute. Ironically, the more you stop chasing, the more abundance begins to appear. Because life loves to work through open space, not through clenched fists. You can't receive when you're gripping too tightly. When you release the obsession with outcomes, you become magnetic to everything that matches your peace. People feel your calm energy. Opportunities arise without forcing. Prosperity flows to you because you no longer block it with tension. To live effortlessly is to live as nature lives, spontaneously, gracefully, intelligently. Look at a tree. It doesn't rush its growth. It doesn't wake up worried about how tall it will be tomorrow. It simply stands, rooted in presence, open to sunlight and rain alike. And yet, over time, it becomes strong enough to shelter life itself. That's the quiet power of alignment. It doesn't shout, it doesn't struggle, it simply is. Humans are meant to live the same way. You were not created to constantly strive. You were created to express, to let life move through you as effortlessly as breath moves through the lungs. Every time you force, you step out of that natural intelligence. Every time you surrender, you return to it. When you stop forcing life, miracles begin to unfold. Not supernatural miracles, but the ordinary kind that you used to overlook. The way a problem resolves itself without your intervention. The way the right person appears at the right time. The way clarity arrives after confusion. You start to see that life was always intelligent. You were just too busy struggling to notice. You begin to live in synchronicity with everything around you. The external world starts to mirror your internal peace. You no longer experience life as something separate, but as something deeply interconnected. You begin to feel that everything, the breeze, the strangers you meet, the silence between thoughts, is part of the same vast movement. And that's when the most profound truth dawns upon you. Life doesn't need your control to be beautiful. It only needs your participation. There is a quiet joy that comes with effortless living, not the loud joy of excitement, but the gentle joy of harmony. You wake up without the tightness of "what if?" and sleep without the weight of "I should have." You work not to prove yourself, but to express yourself. You love not to possess, but to share. You walk through the world, not as someone surviving it, but as someone belonging to it. In that belonging, you finally understand that you were never separate from the flow. You were the flow forgetting itself. Every breath, every heartbeat, every sunrise has been reminding you of this truth. You were never meant to struggle your way through life. You were meant to move through it effortlessly, gracefully, awake. So how do you live effortlessly, right now, in this moment? You stop fighting what is. You stop clinging to what was. You stop fearing what will be. You return to this breath, this heartbeat, this presence, and you let it be enough. When you eat, just eat. When you walk, just walk. When you work, just work. When you rest, just rest. Let each action be whole, complete in itself. Life is not a series of tasks to complete, but a river to experience. The more you try to rush to the next moment, the more you miss the only one that ever exists, this one. This is the heart of effortless living, complete presence. Because when you are fully present, resistance dissolves. And when resistance dissolves, everything flows. At the end of all seeking, all effort, all striving, there comes a deep realization. There was never anything to force. Life was never waiting for you to master it. It was waiting for you to join it. The waves were not obstacles to overcome. They were invitations to dance. So, breathe. Drop the struggle. Let things unfold as they must. Let the river carry you. Trust the pauses. Move when you are moved. Rest when you are tired. Speak when truth rises. Love when love calls. The art of effortless living is not something to achieve, it's something to remember. You were born knowing how to flow, you just forgot. Now, as you return to that knowing, life becomes simple again, not because everything is perfect, but because you finally understand you never needed to force the river. You only needed to remember that you are the water. 21. The power of allowing. When you stop interfering, everything falls into place. There is a deep peace that arises the moment you stop trying to make life obey your plans and instead allow it to reveal its own rhythm. This peace is not the absence of movement or challenge. It's the quiet confidence that whatever unfolds, unfolds for your highest good. You reach this state not through learning how to control better, but through understanding that control was never yours to begin with. Allowing is not passive resignation, it's active trust. It's the realization that life is infinitely wiser than your limited perspective, and that by releasing your interference, you finally make space for miracles to occur naturally. For most of your life, you've been taught the opposite. You were told to try harder, to fight for what you want, to make things happen. You grew up believing that life responds only to pressure, that if you stop pushing, you'll fall behind. So you planned, worried, forced, and fought. You tried to control outcomes, people, timing, and emotions. You mistook interference for intelligence, but somewhere along the way, you began to feel the weight of this effort. You noticed that the more you tried to fix things, the more they resisted. The tighter you held, the faster things slipped away. And one day, you finally asked yourself, what if life doesn't need my constant management? What if it already knows what it's doing? That single question opens the door to allowing, the art of getting out of life's way. Allowing doesn't mean you stop caring, it means you start trusting. It's the difference between forcing a flower to bloom and nurturing the conditions that let it open naturally. You can't pry open a bud without destroying its beauty. You can only create space, water, sunlight, stillness, and allow nature to do what it does best. The same is true for your life. You can't force peace, happiness, or love into existence. You can only stop blocking them with your resistance, your expectations, your constant mental noise. The Buddha taught that clinging is the source of all suffering, and clinging is simply the opposite of allowing. When you cling, you demand that life fit into your small plan. When you allow, you open to something much larger. You stop saying, "Why is this happening to me?" and start saying, "I wonder what this is bringing me." That small shift transforms chaos into clarity, resistance into revelation. When you practice allowing, you begin to notice that most of your suffering was never caused by life itself. It was caused by your fight against it. It wasn't the event that hurt you. It was the story your mind told about it. It wasn't the loss that broke you. It was your belief that it shouldn't have happened. Every ounce of resistance you've ever felt was a disagreement with reality. And life, being far greater than your opinions, always wins that argument. Allowing doesn't mean you love every experience. It means you stop pretending that life made a mistake. You accept the unfolding, even when it doesn't match your preferences. You trust that everything has its purpose, even the detours, even the silences, even the endings. When you stop labeling moments as good or bad, you start seeing the divine intelligence in all of them. It's easy to allow when life is gentle. The challenge comes when it isn't, when dreams collapse, when relationships shift, when health fades, when plans dissolve. In those moments, allowing feels impossible. But those are the very moments that reveal its power, because true allowing isn't tested in comfort, it's tested in uncertainty. It's not about saying yes to what feels easy, it's about trusting even when you can't see the path ahead. You might wonder, if I just allow, won't life pass me by? Won't I become complacent? The answer is no, because allowing doesn't mean inaction. It means right action. It's the difference between doing from fear and doing from flow. You still move, but the movement feels effortless. You still make decisions, but without tension. You still act, but not out of desperation. Think of the ocean. Its waves never stop moving, yet it never struggles. It flows according to natural rhythm, rising, falling, receding, returning. That's what your life becomes when you master allowing movement without resistance. The same power that guides the tide begins to guide you. You find yourself in the right place at the right time without forcing it. You meet people by chance who end up changing everything. You stumble into opportunities you could never have planned. This is not luck, it's alignment. It's life finally free to express its intelligence through you because you've stopped interfering. There's a story from Zen tradition about a monk who was desperately seeking enlightenment. He meditated for hours, fasted for days, and lived in relentless discipline. One evening, his master handed him a cup of tea and kept pouring long after it was full. The tea overflowed, spilling across the floor. "Stop!" the monk cried. "The cup is already full." The master smiled and said, "Exactly. You are that cup so full of effort, ideas, and seeking that there's no room for truth to enter." That story captures the essence of allowing. You can't fill a cup that's already full. You can't receive guidance, peace, or clarity if your mind is too busy trying to manufacture them. Allowing begins with emptying, with creating inner space for life to move through you. You stop overthinking, overdoing, and overanalyzing. You quiet the inner noise enough to hear what life has been whispering all along. When you allow, you rediscover something forgotten, the natural intelligence that's been guiding you since birth. Think about it. You didn't have to learn how to breathe, grow, or heal a wound. Your body knew. The same intelligence that orchestrates those miracles also orchestrates your journey. You just have to stop overriding it with doubt. The mind loves to interfere, to analyze, to predict, but it's like a radio with static. The more it talks, the harder it is to hear the music beneath. The practice of allowing is turning down that static. It's saying, "I don't need to figure everything out right now. I trust the unfolding." That trust doesn't mean you never plan. It means you stop mistaking plans for control. You set intentions, take aligned action, and then release the outcome. You allow space for grace. When you live this way, you notice how often life corrects itself without your input. A problem resolves on its own. A misunderstanding clears with time. A missed opportunity reveals its blessing later. You begin to see that life self-organizes, just like nature does. You don't have to hold it all together. It already holds itself together perfectly. Allowing also transforms your relationships. You stop trying to mold others into your version of right. You stop expecting them to behave according to your emotional script. You begin to honor people as they are, not as you want them to be. Love without control becomes freedom, not just for them, but for you. When you allow someone to be themselves, you stop fighting reality. The energy once wasted on trying to change them becomes compassion. You start seeing their pain beneath their actions, their humanity beneath their flaws. You realize that everyone is learning at their own pace, and you no longer rush their journey. This doesn't mean you tolerate harm. It means you stop confusing love with management. You no longer carry the burden of saving everyone. You understand that allowing is the highest form of love because it honors the divine timing in another person's evolution. Allowing also brings you closer to yourself. You stop rejecting your own emotions, thoughts, and phases of growth. You no longer say, "I shouldn't feel this way." You simply say, "I feel this way, and that's okay." When sadness comes, you sit with it. When anger arises, you observe it without judgment. When joy arrives, you let it fill you completely without fear that it will leave. This radical self-allowance heals wounds that control never could. Most people try to fix themselves into wholeness, not realizing they are already whole. You don't need to become peaceful, you only need to stop rejecting the parts of you that aren't. The moment you allow your imperfections, your humanity, your contradictions, you fall back into natural harmony. The struggle was never to become complete. It was to accept that you always were. Life is always teaching you to allow. Every time something doesn't go according to plan, it's not punishment, it's practice. It's life saying, "Can you trust me now?" Every delay, every detour, every loss, they are lessons in surrender. They strip you of illusions, of attachments, of false control. They bring you to that sacred point where all that's left is presence. At first, allowing feels like letting go of power, but eventually you see that it is power the purest kind, because when you allow, you align yourself with the vast intelligence that moves galaxies and grows forests. You stop operating from fear and start operating from faith. You stop being the limited self and become the limitless expression of life itself. The great paradox of allowing is that the less you interfere, the more life begins to align with your true desires. Because when you stop pushing against the current, you return to the flow you were always meant to follow. Your intuition sharpens, your actions become inspired instead of forced. You find yourself speaking the right words, meeting the right people, arriving at the right moments, all without over-planning. It's as if life finally sighs in relief and says, "Now, I can work through you." In this space, creativity blooms, love deepens, peace expands. You realize that your role was never to direct the orchestra, it was to become the instrument. Life plays its melody through you when you stop trying to control the tune. To allow is to live in partnership with life instead of opposition to it. It's to wake up each morning and say, "I will show up fully, but I will not force." It's to act with intention, but without attachment. It's to give your best effort, but release the need for outcomes. It's to trust that even when things fall apart, they are rearranging themselves for something higher. There's a story from the Tao that says, "Do you have the patience to wait until your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving until the right action arises by itself?" This is the essence of allowing patience, born not from passivity, but from profound wisdom. The clarity you seek doesn't come from more action, it comes from less interference. Eventually, allowing becomes your natural state. You stop reacting to life and start responding to it. You move with grace, like the wind moving through trees unseen, effortless but deeply felt. You stop trying to predict what comes next because you no longer need to. The mystery becomes your home, the unknown your teacher, the present your temple. You no longer pray for things to go your way. You pray for the strength to align with what is. You no longer ask, "Why me?" You whisper, "Use me." You no longer strive to create meaning, you start living meaning itself. And as you rest in this state of allowing, something miraculous unfolds. Life becomes simple again, not empty, not dull, but profoundly simple. You begin to see that the trees, the wind, the stars, the people you love, they're all part of the same great allowing. Everything is doing exactly what it's meant to do. The grass grows, the rivers run, the seasons turn, and you too are part of that natural rhythm. You no longer rush to fix what isn't broken. You no longer demand certainty in a universe built on change. You live with open hands, open heart, open awareness. You allow life to flow through you as easily as breath flows through lungs. This is the power of allowing. When you stop interfering, everything falls into place. The struggle dissolves, the noise fades, and beneath it all, you hear the quiet truth that has been waiting for you to stop talking long enough to listen. Life was never against you. It was only waiting for you to allow it to be what it always was. Perfectly unfolding, perfectly timed, perfectly whole. There comes a point on every journey where the chasing ends, not because you've achieved everything, but because you finally understand there was never anything missing. You realize that all your striving, forcing, controlling, and resisting were like waves trying to control the ocean that gave them birth. The moment you stop interfering, the moment you stop insisting that life should look a certain way, something extraordinary happens. Life begins to live itself through you. You no longer wake up with the weight of how. You wake up with the peace of now. You stop searching for purpose in distant futures and start finding it in every breath, every sound, every act of presence. You stop seeing yourself as a separate being trying to make sense of the universe and begin to recognize that you are the universe, aware, alive, unfolding in human form. When you let go of control, life doesn't fall apart. It falls into place. The right people find you, the right paths open, the right lessons arrive at perfect timing. You begin to notice that you don't need to chase what belongs to you. It naturally flows toward you when you're calm enough to receive it. The more you allow, the more you realize that life was always designed to work, with or without your constant management. You learn to trust endings the way you trust sunsets, not as losses, but as transitions. You learn to stop fighting uncertainty and start seeing it as your greatest teacher. You understand that what the mind calls chaos, the soul calls rearrangement. And through this understanding, you begin to live in peace, not conditional peace, but the kind that doesn't depend on circumstances, the kind that sits quietly at the center of every storm and whispers, "All is well." The art of effortless living, the essence of letting go, the power of allowing all of it leads to the same truth. You were never meant to struggle with life. You were meant to flow with it. Every time you fought against what is, you created pain. Every time you surrendered, you discovered peace. And so, the journey isn't about changing life. It's about remembering how to move with it. To live as the river, not the rock. To act without fear, to love without conditions, to exist without resistance. When you reach this space, life becomes simple again. Breathing becomes enough. Stillness feels rich. Ordinary moments become sacred. You realize that peace was never hidden. It was simply waiting for you to stop running from it. So let the river flow. Let the seasons turn. Let the story unfold as it must. Don't force. Don't cling. Don't rush. Just allow. Because when you finally stop trying to live, you discover the greatest secret of all life has been living you beautifully all along.